Hello, YouTube. I was a little bit late in getting set up anyways, but what actually happened was I was meant to go live at least a little bit ago, and then when I put it live, I forgot to press the go live button on YouTube, which is a button that you have to press in addition to just like going live on my streaming software. It's been a little while, okay? I forgot about that, so I forgot about that one. Alright, gonna go Oliveira versus Wayne to start us off. Some WardiTV Starcraft 2 actions. We're gonna be Kung Fu cupping it up in just a few. Perfect. So yeah, hello guys. Sorry if you were waiting on YouTube. Apologies that I'm a little bit late, as we're gonna dive into our next map in just a few moments. Get this underway. Oceanborn gonna be map number 1. Get ready to roll. Jump on in here. Get this started up. Get some Starcraft 2 on the way, guys. Haven't cast Starcraft since the weekend, but on my own channel it's been a little while, so we can get this ready to go. Alright, they just started the game with me in the player slot. So, yeah, I assume we're going to fix that, and then we will be underway in some TVZ action, guys. Get into some Starcraft 2 and get this going. Go goes being called. Let's get this all set up. Test some games. Alright, let's hop in. Let's get this going. Some StarCraft 2 action today, as we're going to have in the bottom right-hand side our blue Zergy. This is going to be Wayne. Taking on our red Terran in the top left corner of the map, we have ourselves Oliveira. A little bit of TVZ as we get all started up here and figure out what the plan is going to be for today. Seeing what the games are going to have in store for us. Actually following the Chinese stream for this one, so we have an observer as well. Beautiful. We can sit back, relax, and enjoy some games. Gonna see our barracks building up, refinery coming in, and get things underway. Just to get started, nothing too crazy just yet. Let's just have our OV still moving about. Hatch, gas, and pool all continue to come on up here, so just getting a lot of those initial instructions so online. Seeing where the day is gonna take us on our first game here. What's up, Kaloff? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 36-month resub. 3 whole years. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Apparently, you're going to watch this Overlord very intensely as it moves across the map, guys. That was just some very intense Overlord watching, that was for sure. Reaper comes back down to the bottom right. As the Reaper heads down the bottom right hand side. Let's see a little grenade going off. Drone gonna be taking some damage. A few Lings trying to fight back against the Reaper for a moment. A couple of Queens on the way out. Gonna be popping very shortly here from Wayne, and that'll obviously help with the defense. The Queens pop. The defense can begin. First Queen already getting to the front and fighting against that Reaper. A couple Lings coming over as well. Creeps Truma. Takes some shots, but will not go down. So Oliveira not able to capitalize there and do anything further just yet. Well, grenade goes down. Queen gets bobbed. Creep Team continues to come through. Couple of Hellions repair. Let's see, Aliens are Reaper still moving around. Obviously, you've got the stim pack coming up, so already seeing Oliveira moving into that stim, moving into that bio. Follow up here, another Marine popping out, a couple Queens and some drones all coming in as well. He's going to get there. Aliens get pushed back. Again, gonna come fighting through. A couple of Queens are gonna be there. Just having ourselves stim, starport, reactor all still coming by. The Queens still trying to make a little bit of an advance. Get that creep going into the front once more. Still got the land. The Queens continue to build by for the moment. And be right back, guys. Sorry guys, bell was going, Ellie was barking. A bit crazy. Couple Hellions the Reaper. Still on a bit of the move. As you do see, our Queen's going to get there, and the Hellions will take a little bit more damage as well, so a few shots coming out. Let's just have our Hellions and the SCV continue to come through as well, so again, getting a lot of bits and pieces moving around and into positions. That sounds the armory is about to complete. And combat shield coming through with the racks and the engineering bays all coming out as well. So just keeping all of that on the go. Getting set up here as the attack comes in from Oliveira. Wayne, how prepped are we for this? Not very is the answer. Right now he has a few Lings and a lot of Queens, to be fair. The Queens are probably going to be what saves him from these Hellbats and Stim Marines. Queens going to be very good. Got to keep the transfusions up. Oliveira trying to get rid of one of the Queens that has energy. Feelings running forward. The Hellbat's going to get in the front again. Marines will turn back towards the top where they're going to go after some additional Queens. The Banes are going to try and waddle their way forward as well. Another Hellbat going down. And now our Marines will go hit this hatchery on the bottom side. Just going to go for that fourth base. Take that out. And that is going to be a win in the end. So maybe not a win in terms of just wiping the army and kind of going from there, but still a win in a pretty major way as we make our way through there. And we get ourselves moving onwards. The Lings, the Banes go back into the main base. Have a few more Marines unloading. Drones still taking damage. 7 workers going down. The rest of these Marines loading back up into the medevacs. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield, all of this coming through. Again, a couple of extra barracks coming in as well. Extra depots are coming around. SCVs are coming out also. And our medevacs will continue to come from the bottom. See where they can get to. Again, a couple of tanks still building. Our Marines are going to get rid of a couple of changelings. We have drilling claws on the way. There's the 1-1 upgrades also coming up as well, so bringing all of that coming through. Obviously just the next step of this Oh, very, very ready to keep on playing. A very active game here thus far. As a few Marines unload, just going to go after the Overlord. Extra Queens coming down, Ling Bane still gathering up. Drilling Claws halfway done. Those extra Medivacs Marines continue to build on through here. As our Ling Bane Queen just going to push through. The Medivacs once again forced to lift off and back away. Ling Bane still moves about. Medivacs getting pushed around as well. So some action there. We have our Medivacs just picking up a few more Lings, but otherwise just going to have to evacuate this. So evacuate we go. Extra barracks still building. Widow mines coming up. 2 upgrades, vehicle weapons. All of that continue now as our infestation pit is also about to finish. Our Marines will continue to unload up in the center. And we get ready for a bit of a push potentially through the middle of the map. Start clearing out some creep spread, start clearing out some space. That's going to be the game plan, so onwards we go. Marines still fighting, a couple of Banes getting knocked down. Marine tank force still gathering together. Marines come back over. Couple Medivac's gonna end up lifting away, and again Oliveira just trying to play around the map. Controlling the creep, pushing Wayne back, trying to keep him under control as best we can. The more so we can do that, the better off we're typically gonna end up being. As our Marines will stim, we will clean out some creep, and we will just keep on pressing on forwards. Going for as much as possible here. Bane still coming through. Just going to be having those Banes going to start rolling upwards, and just going to start turning towards these depots, these Marines. There's a bunch of Widow Mines there. If they explode, honestly, the Banes pretty much killed everything before they got cleaned up anyway, so pretty decent in that regard. Not bad at all. Actually still going to get through for quite a lot of SCVs. Obviously, Oliveira is on the push on the other side, so that is happening during this. As the Marines will continue to fight, the Lings will continue to drop, and this looks as though Oliveira just has too much on the other side, and that hence is going to be GG's for game 1. Oliveira takes the lead of this best of 3. So Oliveira gets off to a 1-0 lead in the series. We'll head into game 2 in just a second. That ready to roll. Let me post the bracket link in the YouTube chat as well. Forgot to do that because I was streaming something else this morning. In that. Cool. And get ready for more Wayne Oliveira action. Just a few. Take this off and get into game 2. Run ads just in case, I guess. Alrighty, go-go's being called. We get set to go. Momentarily. Get this underways. Join us, guys. Good to see you all here. Let's jump into Alcini. Let's go for it. We're going to be going into this for our second map. Oliveira leading 1-0. He is spawning in the top right-hand corner as the red Terran player, Oliveira. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg. This is Wayne. Here for game 2 of our matchup. See if Wayne can have a bit of a better setup this time around. Get off to a bit of a better... I mean, I guess losing the 4th base obviously pretty rough for him. He had a lot of good counterattacks, got in. Actually was able to deal quite a bit of damage, put his opponent on the run a few times. Definitely wasn't a freebie kind of game or anything from Oliveira after knocking down that 4th base, but knocking down the 4th does just take a lot of the extra units he might have been able to afford away from Wayne. That obviously is a big deal breaker, a big difference maker. So yeah, that was definitely a start that kind of trended towards Oliveira's favor, even if it wasn't the full story. Overlord continues across the map. For moments. Hatch gas coming down. Got ourselves settled in for a little bit here. See where it is that we're going to end up. You know what kind of builds we get? Obviously pretty standard last game, apart from then the Hellbat Stim kind of combo. Kind of was pretty aggressive in the end, right? Definitely had something of an impact as the barracks rallies one Reaper down to the low ground. Hatchery coming up again, Reaper Orbital. All continuing through. Here's that Reaper just starts spicing up the early game a little bit for us. It's been very passive otherwise. Which, I mean, it's just 2 minutes into the game, so that does make sense. As the Reaper heads through the center, down towards the bottom. Heading to that bottom left-hand side to see a bit of what's going on early on. Triple fight, couple of lings getting shot at. CC's come up, we got ourselves the factor coming in, the reactor coming through. What's up, Growlung? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Patrick coming up, Linksweet coming through, a couple additional queens on the way out. And you do have, obviously, was a lot of queens last time from Wayne as well, was a big part of the reason why he was able to find a defense. And it's just continuing to mass up, obviously Stim on the way once more. We'll see if Oliveira does anything overly aggressive. Kind of towards what we saw last time. Well, a possibility for it. Stimpack still building, our Marine still on the way, Starport producing. I think it's the Reaper going around that left-hand side. Armor coming online, Stimpack building. Very similar to the last game. This time, though, Wayne's going to have access to the roaches. That roach run is not far from finishing, and once those roaches are available, well, that's going to have potential to get a whole lot more done. So, some possibilities there. Now, they're still about halfway done as well. Extra drones coming through, the spores coming in, Overlord and Roach is still building. Engineering bays go down on the natural also. And that up and running here. As Oliveira should be ready to fire through on the aggression very shortly. And hatch building, they're on the way through. Drones and roaches coming up. The medevac's actually going to come by. Going to go and drop on towards this Overlord. So that Overlord going to take a little bit of damage. It's going to go down. The Hellions morph into Hellbats again. And the CVs have to pull away. We do have the Lings going to go in after the Orbital. Marines trying to fight, Roach is taking shots. I mean, this is a way better defense. Roach is just so much better in this scenario. Oliveira punished for doing the same thing twice. Shouldn't have done it a second time, right? Should have mixed it up a little bit more. It definitely feels like Wayne was overly prepared for this one. Was so very ready to deal with that, and is now obviously looking very good. As the drops attempt to come into the natural, he lost a few SCVs on the other side. I'm not sure these Hellbats going to find much, but hey, they actually do get to the mineral line. Now they're going to lift up, turn away. Maybe one drone died there, so really nothing too, again, substantial altogether. Not the ideal scenario thus far. Let's have our extra barracks coming in, so we're going to get to 5 more racks. It's going to be 8 racks in total. Pulling down depots at the front. That's 2 cold down depots at the front there. That's wild, man. That's kind of crazy, no? Ravages being made. Bayonets going through with the hive as well. We get ourselves set for the next stage. Travis still moving up. The medevac's going to be there. And you have the fuelings coming across as well. Queen's onto the medevacs. One should die here, surely. No, we didn't get it. Because of shells, plus 1 attack upgrade building. So, I mean, Oliveira is still powering through. At some point, he's going to go for that big old push, but I guess we will see. Things, Roach is still moving up. Concussive shells coming in as well. Just have ourselves the Ultros Cavern is building too. So Wayne is on his way to an answer to kind of the bigger push, but does he have time to get to that answer? That's going to be our question mark. Medevacs boost around the bottom. Tanks are siege. Marines are firing. Flings get out through the center of the map. Plus 2 armor coming in. Baling speed coming by. The Marines will begin to unload out down on the bottom. Hatchery will fall. These Marines are going to continue to go after those drones. This is doing a lot of damage. I mean, drones going down like this is not really meant to happen. No Bane speed yet. Gives Oliveira an even better time to fight in as the Banes try and roll into this army. There's a massive counterattack happening too. Oliveira has his entire 3rd base currently in tatters from a run by, but he's starting to hold on against it. He's starting to find better times. He's going to kill the 4th base, so he's already doing pretty well there. Marines will load back into the medevacs. Again, the Roach Ravage still moving through. Marines in the main. Oliveira can keep on bouncing around. Medevac loads up. A few more Marines once again. Still flying, a couple of broodlings going down. Gonna be seeing the Marauders trying to hold the front lines. I mean, at least Ultras are getting out here. I mean, Wayne with the Ultras is gonna be in a much better spot than he was without the Ultras, that's for sure, so. Get that going. A couple of Marines gonna go whacking away on the Overlord. Get some more shots off over there. Our Ravages, our Banes, our Lings, our Vipers still up overheads, and again our Ultras finishing, Kindness Plating coming through. Where are we at then overall? 3 base versus 3 base. I like that for Oliveira. Work account, good for Oliveira as well. I think a lot of this actually looks pretty good for Oliveira overall. I like Wayne's army. Like, I like the fact he's got Viper Ultra. But Oliveira, with the economy that he has, should be able to have enough time to kind of build up and do what he needs to here as well. So, should be able to look a little bit better in that regard, given a little bit more time. Army's still chilling in the center for a little bit, hanging around. And we've seen everything else going through. Big push. I mean, Wayne obviously feels as though he's on a timer. He can't give his opponent too long to set up, which I kind of agree with in a way, but Oliveira was right in assuming that Wayne was going to be as aggressive as he has been, and that's obviously going to set you up into success story moment as well, as you just have our Ravager Ultra being chased away once more. +2, +3 still coming about. Getting underways. I think it's going to go joining up as well. A bit more action still kind of breaking forwards. See now Vipers joining back up over here as well. Well, you know, at this point, Wayne is still struggling to kind of deal with the drops. The Marauder's microing, and getting rid of an ultra is going to be a nice catch, actually. So that's going to be a great little something. A lot of it's been going pretty decently. We have our couple extra drones still moving about also here. Liberator still active. There's actually parasitic bombs, but unfortunately this one will be going down without being able to do anything extra, but still has been pretty reasonable. At this point then, we're at 3-3 upgrades, not finishing from Oliveira, +3 armor is, but +3 attack only just starts, so that's kind of a big deal. We just have ourselves the Evo Chamber coming up as well, Hatchet coming through, Adrenal Glands, +2 carapace, all of that already being brought underways now. Instead, chilling towards the center. Drilling Claws finishing +3 attack on the way. A few more Marauders coming out. Widowmine coming through as well. Planetary Fortress also in production currently. Widowmine shot. Good for a couple of lings. Our Medivac still boosting around. Vipers are going to actually drop a parasitic bomb onto one of those Medivacs already, as the Marauders are still on the go. Oh, full Medivac goes down. Kind of fun how this game is redeveloping. I mean, to be fair, Wayne is getting up to a whole lot more bases again. Oliveira is obviously seeing new bases too. Closing in on being maxed out. The attack upgrade missing is a shame, but we got that Liberator sieged out. Widowmine burrows in amongst it all. And you see now Marauders still trying to fight away here. Vikings in the skies getting parasitic bombed. Oliveira definitely taking position out on the map, trying to push further forwards as our Ling's going to seep through. I'm going to go after Marauder there, going to get a bunch of SCVs onto on this natural as well, so making some progress there as well as a couple SCVs going down. Still moving about. You have Marauders in the front, actually going to be in a lot of trouble as Banes crash in. Marauders get struck. Wayne still just on the lower end of supply here, trying to take these fights into not completely defensive turn positions, but I mean, he's set up when these fights are happening. He's not catching this Oliveira army on siege or anything of the sort, right? That much is for certain. Have us up Zergberger, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. for the 22-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's just have Ghost Academy still building through. The Widow Mines are still coming up. Vikings, Marauders, all on the way. Bobo Ultras on the way as well from Wayne. As that Ghost Marines get there to push a few Zerglings out. Ravagers and Ultras still moving around. Again, with the Ghost Academy coming through, it's going to be a lot of fun as well. Both Crypt Teamers will start to get knocked away at also, as we are now going to see this army of Wayne just pressuring on forwards. A couple of Crows of Val's going to knock down some mines. There's a Ghost coming up. I will unload back on the other side of those rocks. Thing Ravager Ultra joined on that bottom right corner, plus 3 Carapace on the way through as well. More things that can help Wayne out. Obviously, with the Ghost count increasing, though, it is going to be definitely some stage of this which gets a little bit tougher more than anything else. As Widow Mine shots go off, a couple Lings get taken out. Ultras are going to take some shots as well, and this army of Oliveira keeps on pressing down towards everything else there, too. The Ling, the Ultra, the Dane going to come across. We're actually going to go and open up this set of rocks. Just going to take that out as well. Open up the map. Obviously, more positions to move around. 5-base Terran at this stage. 17, 18 minutes deep. Game 2 of this series, opening round of today's Kung Fu Cup action. Sammy Wayne still making moves. Heading up that right-hand side. Widow Mine goes off. Overseer goes down. Another Overseer taking shots. We are going to be seeing Parasitic Bomb on one of the medevacs. Dane's really just trying to reach that planetary fortress and the SCVs that go along with it. Oliveira's losing a lot. His Ghosts are getting a lot of snipe stuff. I mean, it's fair to say I think that Oliveira's found a lot of damage here. Enough to make up for the SCV losses and the economy disadvantage. Well, not much remains to be seen. He's going to chase these army units away. Will reland a gold, so he actually will still have the gold available to him. It's obviously a nice benefit as well, a nice bonus on top of everything else. Having that gold really does, so really should go a long way to keep you kind of in things, so... Steps in the right direction. Again, we have our Cloaking still coming in, the Ultras and the Ravagers still coming about. Ghost is going to get sniping. A couple of those Ultras taking shots. Going to see the Ghost Cloaking and slaying, actually. Oliveira starting to run a little bit low on supply, though. Does he have enough snipes to keep him alive here? Can he keep this base alive? It looks like the base will live. Oh, that Ultra turned around just as it was about to get rid of a bunch of Ghosts. And Wayne says GG, leaves the game ahead on supply. I actually don't think Wayne was losing. A lot of the time, I kind of... I actually think this one, at the very least, is worth keeping on playing. Oftentimes, I'm the first person to defend a lot of the GG times we see on the stream. You guys will know that. I fight people in the chat, but I actually think this one was 100% a mistake. Like, this one was too soon. Way too soon. Oliveira moves on to play against Mana in the next round. Potentially Classic the round after. Anything exciting happening? Rogue Yeshi, Solar Spirit, Ryung Showtime. Gun Skillous is pretty cool, actually. Did that start already? Oh, less than a minute ago. Never lucky. Never lucky. Shinto a Trigger, he plays Raynor. Clem's playing Lemon, but nothing too crazy there. Alright, well, we will figure out our next match. I think we're just gonna go Mana versus Oliveira. I think that's fun. I think that's fun. We'll just follow through and we follow this section for a little while. Perfect. Alright, guys, I'm gonna be back in just a few. I'm just gonna nip to the bathroom. I'll see you guys after this. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for joining us. Let's get back into it. Give me 1 second, just trying to sort something out. Got to put YouTube safe music on, but it will be fine. Ooh. Now my whole thing is just lagging. Okay, sorry guys, 1 sec. Cool. Next, alright. Mana and Oliveira. Oliveira's top left and Mana bottom right. Let's get another game underway. Oliveira's next opponent, working his way through some Europeans in the early rounds of today's Kung Fu Cup. Reaper Orbital Command Center all coming out next to Cybercore building as well. Getting settled in for some early game TVP action. HSST 54-month resub, Dynamite Cap for the 27-month resub. I swear one of these days you'll get my autograph. Just have to find me at an event. It isn't hard. I don't hide too much. Little Adept, just gonna go shading out to the upper left-hand side. A couple Marines and Reapers sitting on that high ground as well. Two more barracks, so quite aggressive from Oliveira. Potential to get really kind of up in the face of the opponent. There's a lot of bio units, a little bit of factory support. It's going to be one of our major question marks throughout this early game, how much that comes to play. Stim already starting, and that is, again, what we'll be waiting on before Oliveira gets truly committed to any aggression here. Just playing into the blink, Robo coming up, Gateway coming out. Again, Stim, Combat Shield, Marines, Tank, everything just building through for the moment. Engineering Bay also in production. Man, when Stim is done, we're gonna have a pretty decent force, but I'm not sure if it's enough of a force to go walk across the map and fight, right? Combat Shield's on its way, 2+1 also starting. Now drops the third base down after Robo Base. Actually being pretty safe, his mana. Going for that Robo Bay first. Gets his tech a little bit close to being online, which should help should Oliveira get aggressive. As Oliveira arrives, Combat Shield is done. No +1, but Stim is ready. That's rough for mana. To be kind of on the safer side of things and to still lose the third base is obviously not great. Now supply blocks, the Colossus he's trying to start can't actually come into production. I don't think it's going to matter too much. Obviously, it will still delay future Colossus as well, but at least for this fight, Oliveira is already backing away. The damage is done. He's happy with what he's achieved. And he's just going to fall back and build up and then probably go again in a little bit. By then, Mana should actually have Colossus on the way. That was a massive supply block, all because the Nexus died. Well, never came online, right? There's a pylon there too. Oliveira just hitting a minute before Mana was really ready to play. Plus, still building through. Dead base in position. This man tries to get something done with his Stalkers so far. Wouldn't really say they're getting too much kind of achieved. Charge is still coming up, external thermal lance coming through, +1 weapons on the ground also in production. There's our Temple Archives, additional zealots all still building up here. Oliveira's just doing a great job controlling. It's like, oh, you're trying to go here? Denied. Just really stopping Mana from kind of naturally reaching the next stage of his game. It's happened a few times over so far. Storm building, +1 attack coming through. And Temple producing up as well. See a couple tanks firing away, Zealots getting pushed back. Storm building up as well, so we continue to get that Storm online. Storm, obviously a nice addition to the army. Will make life a whole lot easier for Mana if you can get some Storms in the fights. It's not a pretty fight at all. The tank's going to get sieged and they're going to be in perfect position to get the Colossus. However, the Storms are pretty good on the left side. Not good enough though, Mana. That's a rough position to fight, and I think probably one of the worst he could have found. And that's going to be GG for the opening map of this series. Classic already in the next round, by the way. You will play the winner of this match. Something we can follow. As you hop on into Crimson Court on map 2. Getting this up and rolling, guys. Let's get this one started up. Crimson Court. Let's go to the load screen. And let's see. Oliveira can continue his winning streak so far today. He's the blue Terran, spawning in on the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court. Oliveira. In the bottom left, our red Protoss from Team Liquid is Mana. Here for game 2. It was a fine start from Mana, just obviously a lot of things got a little funky towards the end. Well, Probe continues to scout about, again trying to see a little bit more of what is going on, keeping an idea of things. Obviously sees that barracks as well, so just nibbles. Knows it's not proxied, for example, though, so you're already picking up on some information with this scout. You're benefiting from being out here early on. Which is already a good sign. Next on Cybercore still making their way through. Bro, we're just gonna nibble at a couple of these SCVs, trying to build up the command center. Yo, what's up, Fantasy? How you doing? 14-month resub. 36 months in a row throwing my money on away on Wardy's wallet. Beautiful. How you doing? Thank you so much for wasting your money on the stream. Not really wasting, just anyone gets the wrong idea, but appreciate it. What's up, Akuma, as well? Good to see you, mate. Thanks for dropping by. Stargate on the way on the side of Mana, so we get that Stargate beginning. Next is about to finish. And we'll see what Mana can do with the Stargate here. Compared to going straight to Blink last game, already changing up a little bit here for Crimson Court. Pops out of the bunker, actually. He's going to start to move out into the map. Oracle coming through. The Adept and the Warp Gate still setting up as well. Oliveira getting that starport up much earlier this time, so it's already going to be a very different kind of plan of life from him. He's going to go for a very different approach to what we saw last time as well, so that's also good to see. Keeping things a little mixed up. Oracle into the Phoenix, so Oracle can get on the map, it can create some of the initial control here. Gonna put that into play, see how we go. Oh, you're actually going to cause some trouble, though, coming through, and a couple of probes already taking some shots. Oracle activates, going to go after some SCVs. 2 workers going down, going to make it 3, looking for 4. Just in general, getting more. I mean, nice start. Obviously, Oracle getting in, getting some SCVs, never a guarantee, so when it does happen, big plus. Nice to get some of that magic going when you can. Yeah, 4 workers go down. Oliveira definitely not going to be looking at too much mana now with the Phoenix, so we'll continue to be quite controlling. And Stim a ways off this time, so will not be as aggressive of a push. If it was a similar kind of aggressive push, I could maybe be convinced to be a little bit worried about the position here of Mana, but yeah, with him just kind of being up against the later Stim and everything, I'm not as concerned. I think this is going to work out just fine, actually, as We have our Oracle still on the move. Viking will zone it out now though. Starport play starting to come online and actually having some effects already, kind of coming in there, getting some damage done. And Immortal still producing. Robobay is on its way also. A lot of different things we're still trying to bring into this. Those couple of Phoenix keep on moving around. Definitely expecting those to continue to be a factor. Medivacs will move around the top. Went down the left. Oracle still out in the center of the map here. Combat shield plus 1 attack. All being brought on forwards. Viking will nab an observer in the middle as well, so that's a nice catch as a Colossus still building through. She's going to get in here with the medevac. What a time for the Colossus to spawn. Right on cue to defend against the drop. Couldn't have had that pop out at any better of a timing. So a very fortunate moment there on the side of Mana. Oh, I don't think he was too out of position to deal with it otherwise anyways. I think he still actually would have been pretty okay. Like one trying to get a little bit of something, but the Phoenix saying, no, not happening. And try and bring that double drop in. We're also double dropping down the bottom. That obviously leads towards the main base, so move across there. And see what we'll be doing. Oh, Phoenix catch this. One medevac goes down after not really unloading anything. Second one goes down quickly too. And then it dropped towards the natural. Never even made its full place, so that doesn't go anywhere at all. That is a complete shutdown very easily. Oracle continues to evacuate. A few Marines unloading from the medevac as well. Just going to pop those out. Forge, Gateway, Colossus, Phoenix, Charge. Bit of everything on the way out at the moment. Phoenix come back up around the top. Let's have our Ghost Academy coming through too. So we are going to see that next set of tech coming online from Oliveira, getting those ghosts out, Viking, Starport all on the way. And Phoenix can actually start fighting. Man's coming forwards here, so trying to take the fight across the map. Honestly, has had some good defenses. There's a great EMP on the Phoenix, and I'm a little afraid that the Phoenix is just going to keep on melting if we try and fight this. I think Oliveira's army is actually doing pretty okay. Size-wise, it was not in the best of position starting this off, and maybe it still isn't. He did the spellcast, and he really wanted to there, but just wasn't quite enough. That's going to be GG's, and Mana takes a game 2, so we're going to get tied up 1-1 here. Mana, been pretty good lately. Playoffs at home, Story Cup. Has just genuinely been looking very good as of late, like I say. And jump on in towards Alcyone. For this next map, get this up and running. And get into game 3, our final map of this series already. So 1-1 on distance, absolutely lovely. Alright, let's go for this round 2. See what we get. We hop on in. I'm gonna have second round of the Kung Fu Cup today. Map 3 between these two. The blue Terran player is Oliveira. At the top right, our red Protoss is Mana from Team Liquid. Yeah, cool to see Mana, like I say, doing so well, kind of picking it up a little bit again. Just starting to do better. One more time. It's just, like I said, just really nice to see. Obviously, Mana's been around a long time. Told him at home story. He was very excited for the upcoming eSports World Cup qualifiers. Says he's going to be focusing hard and practicing a lot towards those. Obviously, they're going to be very important for a lot of people. 2 players can still qualify to that eSports World Cup through those, so definitely going to have quite a bit of importance attached to it. It'll be fun to see those play out in a week and a bit or so. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry, the YouTube title's a little bit incorrect. I didn't have a chance to edit it properly because I put it up in a rush. So yeah, I don't think MaxPax is here today. And yeah, apparently the copy-pasted it from before, copy-pasted the title. That was also wrong with having Dark twice. But you know what? I'll just pretend I'm doing the classic YouTube thing of farming engagements by people pointing it out. That's what we do, right? If something is wrong, it's because we wanted it to be wrong so you guys would tell me it's wrong. Yeah? I think that's how it works. Where's Dog? Dog might not be neither. I don't know if I can edit the title now, though. Oh, no, I can. Okay, I get rid of Max Packs. There you go. I'm just going to put with awesome players. There you go. Easy. I didn't know you could edit the stream title on YouTube. I just found the edit button just now. Wild. 2 Reapers heading towards the upper right hand side, going to be hopping towards the main. And as the Adept gets there, 1 shot, 2 shots. Damage being done nicely. Stargate still coming through, we'll finish in just a moment. The reactor coming by, the barracks coming up, our command center also in production. And our stim pack building right now as well. Up the high ground again, gonna go after a couple of probes. 3 workers, 4 workers going down, gonna make it 5 in a moment, gonna look for 6. Oh, this was amazing. These Reapers putting some massive work in. Did not get that final probe that was low there, but damn. Description's wrong too, oh my god. I suck today. Also fixed. Thank you. 7 probes though is a pretty big deal. Some attempts to get a couple of SCVs, but that's not really comparable to 7 probes going down this early in the game. Definitely disaster striking for Mana in these early stages, so that really is not pretty. Tough place to kind of bounce back from a little bit actually, and kind of see what the next plan will be, I suppose. Well, Adept's going to go shading by. Gonna see the Marines gonna try and go after the Oracle. Oracle taking some shots. Depth's actually gonna get chased as well and push back. Stimpack, combat shield still being brought in through the factory in production also. Marines get over there. The Oracle gets pushed away back behind the main mineral line. Immortal gonna start Chrono Boost now, robo by an extra probe, still producing forwards. The pylon will go down as well, as you see the +1 attack going to start up as well. Marines still pushing into the center. The Stalker gets pushed out of here. Only 49 days to determine what to eSports World Cup. It's wild. Is it really? Only 49 days? Like 7 weeks? 7 weeks today. Jeez. It's gonna be fun to watch. The biggest prize pool in Starcraft 2. Hopefully it's a good show. As I extended Thermal Lance and our Phoenix on the way, getting settled here. Colossus, Phoenix, extended Thermal Lance all coming by. Marines and Medivacs coming about. Concussive Shells and +1 attack continuing up also. Obviously, Oliveira already has an army out on the map, so ready to try and push in, but without a third base being here, I don't know if we really do want to go pushing in. I'm not sure if that's something we really want to try and take advantage of. Closes that, pushes the Marines back. Marauders coming through too. Medivacs will load up and head up that left-hand side. So yeah, extended Thermal Lance about to finish. Phoenix still coming by. We'll drop a Nexus in on the third base as well. Medivac's gonna load toward the main. You see another Phoenix popping through, extended Thermal Lance finishing. Plus still coming by. Nexus on the way up. Our starport and barracks continuing to produce. Vikings coming in. A lot being established right now. Prism, Phoenix, extra gates coming through. Another stasis ward on the natural. Phoenix coming down the right side. Mines get burrowing. Bio still moving around the right. We have Phoenix, Colossus, Zealots, Adepts, and Stalkers. Everything gathering on the third base. Another Colossus comes through. The extra Zealots warping in. This Bio army still up the right and figuring out if it can make a dive anyway. Maybe a jump in toward the main. Medvacs are empty, just going in towards the main base, so having a little bit of a look-see. Left all the units on the right. Gonna stem it up again, just gonna try and keep those Phoenix Force back. The Colossus will come down the ramp, and obviously it's a little bit awkward because Oliveira should not be able to go through that choke point, and the Colossus being there absolutely says no, you will not be able to. When he gets down the bottom left, but we're gonna stem upwards here from Oliveira. Up turret, gonna take a few shots, will go down. The Vikings would love to go jump on a Colossus, and is gonna start going through there. Prism goes down, and there's just no answer to the Vikings, so we can just get rid of all the Colossus, and then it's just Zealots against Bio, which is not exactly ideal. Mana already lost his third base, so it's definitely, you know, correct to assume that it's gonna be troubling. Fire's gonna stim. Immortal taking some damage. Our Vikings gonna be overhead, and that Immortal is gonna go down as well. So that's another little cleanup. Our Vikings still here. It's gonna chase that Colossus down. Colossus gonna get very low. It is gonna fall. I am now fighting. The Phoenix taking a few more shots. Stork's taking damage. Another Colossus drops down. Zealot's taking hits as well. Looks as though Oliveira will have enough to win this series 2-1. We'll play against Classic in the next round, so some more TVP from him. We'll see how he does going into that next round and see if he can keep the winning streak up. I kind of feel like we're going to end up following Oliveira all the way through today. Actually, yeah, because Oliveira Classic, when it plays Clem, is a pretty fun section to be in, so I think we're just going to go straight for that. Which is a pretty nice little series to follow, so yeah, we'll do that. That's going to be how we continue our day. That means we are going to hop back over to the Korean server now and get ready for that Oliveira versus Classic matchup. So I got that TVP ready to go. Just a few. Alright, we just wait for the players to hop over and everything, guys. Give it a couple. Okay, so Classic's here. I was waiting for Oliveira to hop over and to get this one on the way. Gonna be some PvP. Obviously coming up in just a few then. And this one apparently just following the mainstream today. Dynasty, Ghost River, Crimson Court, all vetoed already for this TVP. A few maps being taken out of the pool. Ready for this match to go. And thanks for joining us today so far, guys. Some Kung Fu Cup action. If you're enjoying the stream, consider following, consider subscribing. Always helps us out. Right now playing Gumiho apparently, round of 16. Lambo beat Uthama. We're going to play Nightmare or Harston. Oliveira versus Classic. Winner plays Clem or Smile. Skillous waiting for Trapper Young Yakov. That's the only round of 16 matchup, or one of two round of 16 matchups that is missing an opponent still. Showtime against Ryung is a round of 16. Lancer against Rogue. And Stoller against DRG. So that's the round of 16 lineup right now. Of course, you can check that all out for yourself on the bracket. As Oliveira vetoes a map that's already been vetoed, so we're going to take a moment longer to truly figure out the veto process here. Yeah, this all sorted and started and all the rest of it. Golden Aura and Amphion going to be the videos from Oliveira, then post-youth videoed and return. Gonna start on Oceanborn, go side Delta for map 2, and I'll sign you map 3. Perfect. So we are set for this series. Just gonna get this hosted, hopefully ready to begin nice and quickly, and keep the action rolling today. Keep the games moving. Let's set up. We are on the waiting screen, just waiting for Oliveira to accept his invite in. Believe it or not, we will officially need Oliveira to be able to start this one up. As he has accepted. Should be good to go in a moment then. Oliveira versus the classic TVP. Resuming here in just a few as we get this countdown started. In the top left-hand corner, our Red Protoss player, we are going to have ourselves Classic. In the bottom right, our Blue Terran, we have Oliveira. Been on a run so far. I did drop one map, though, to Mana. As now we get into first game of this series. So, Classic's been great lately. Always fun to watch Classic, always have a good time following his games. He's actually been very good in the online events specifically, so excited to see if he will bring that here against an Oliveira that's looked good. Obviously coming off a great result in Dallas as well, top 4. Refinery coming up, racks coming in. Gateway assembler continuing through, and just have ourselves a setup establishing for the moment, nothing too crazy just yet. Nexus will go down, Cybercast core starts up, again Reaper and the Orbital all coming through as our probe keeps on moving for the moment. Orbital coming by, Reaper is on its way, the Nexus building, Cybercore probe continue to come up. Well, that Cybercore finishing in a moment, so Classic going to get that on the line and is immediately going to start moving in toward the Adept. And drop the Stargate in the back as well. So get that Stargate coming up. The Reaper's still adventuring around the right-hand side. And reactor coming through. A couple CCs on the way. Going to go shading once again out down to the bottom right side. Reaper is just going to be patrolling the front of the natural. Depth is going to fight that Reaper. A couple more Marines popping out. We see one Marine taking quite a few shots. SCV chasing as well. Reaper is going to be able to keep its distance and get the kill on that Adept. A nice cleanup from Oliveira. Clearing that out is a big plus. Rack Stack Lab continue through. A couple of extra SCVs in production. Again, an Oracle coming up. The Warp Gate coming by. Reaper still moving to the upper left-hand side of the map. The Oracle activating is going to go after a few of these Marines. It's going to be seeing two SCVs going down. Marines still taking some shots. So 3 workers go down. Not bad, classic. Actually going to have the double Oracle here. Seeing Oracles get a little bit more love again in PvT. I feel as though I've seen Oracles really killing SCVs again lately. Like, kind of wild. SCVs again. Man, Oracle's actually having a great time. Don't want to go down though. Obviously, best to keep these alive. So we'll be able to for the moment. Like Council Robobay continuing up, we do see the of Oracle's going to make their way across. See the Stalkers, the Adept is going to go in after the Reaper. Reaper again chased out to the sides. Robobay comes about. Several Marines I was just out on the map trying to hunt, but the Oracle's going to get by and gonna find a Marine, a Reaper. Second Marine goes down as well. Just gonna be able to grab that. And SCV in the main base also gets picked off. Good control on that Oracle. Again, +1 charge coming through. The Colossus coming up. +1 attack on the way. +1 attack on the way on both sides, actually. So upgrades are going to remain fairly even. A little bit of a lead from Oliveira. Depends a little bit on how much Chrono Boost gets used. That too will have something of an impact. Oracle activate, SCV goes down, still got Galen Hassal's charge, +1 attack, extended thermal lens being built. Next coming through, additional gates coming up. Starport lands onto the reactor, and again we have combat shields, concussive shells. All of that's still coming in as extra medevacts. Building Marine Marauder on the way out. Block guys finishing from Classic in just a few moments. Still got the Bioforce of Oliveira moving through the center. Ghost Academy going to be online in a few moments as well. Bringing that up as Oracle finds the Revelation on the Bio. Thermal Lance now finishing, so again, getting that Colossus fully upgraded with the Storm on the way too. Classic is one of the players that really does enjoy if you can just settle down the game. He will just add Stargates and Fleet Beacon and play towards that air, Sky Toss style. But Storm for the moment, I'm just going to be sitting on this kind of Storm and Colossus combined comp. Looking pretty reasonable so far. Green's gonna nibble. He's gonna go over, he's gonna go grab the pylon. See that, yeah, Viking still fighting, Prism gets shoved away, a couple of Zealots gonna come through as well. Good denial on the Prism from Oliveira. That's gonna be a really nice denial over there. Getting that Prism pushed back and not letting that do too much. Still got that Fleet Beacon on the way out, as, like I say, Classic will not skip the opportunity to go into Sky Toss. It's something I feel like Showtime could have maybe used a little bit in some of those later games against Gumiho in that Home Story Cup finals. Just the willingness to kind of say, cool, I've taken a lot of control, let's add gas, let's go Sky. It's not easy, it's not just as simple as doing that, but obviously being able to kind of sit back and look at those games really felt like something different was needed. Oracle will drop a stasis warded down, still got Stargate, a couple more carriers coming through, plus 2 air weapons, plus 2 ground attack. So yeah, just building the carriers. Classic has no real need to go and do anything too wild. He's extremely happy with the army he's setting up for. It's exactly what he kind of wants to play with right now. He's getting into a very strong spot. Extra carriers coming about. The Adepts are building. Mothership even on the way up. We do get lots of Vikings on the way currently from Oliveira. We've seen our Adepts going over, a couple of SCVs going down, maybe 3 SCVs going down. Bio Viking still coming across. And Adept will fall. We're going to be sat on a few carriers still in production, a couple of Adepts still being brought into play. So Classic really getting into that Dream Army, but Oliveira being given a chance to establish his army against it as well. And Blink coming up, plus 2 air weapons coming about. Our carrier still producing. We are going to see the bio getting up to the top. Going to go straight after this Nexus, and that's going to be a pickoff, so denied 5th base. Again, not sure how much Classic cares about that straight away, because he is building into a great army. Getting back down to the south, Classic already has a couple units there just being annoying. Just Adepts trying to make, well, exactly this happens, some massive pullback of units, so Classic gets even more time to establish more units, finish important upgrades, all of those wonderful things. Fire coming through, plus 3 attack coming up, plus 1 armors on the way, plus 3 air weapons coming up as well. Storm's onto the Bio Viking force. We are going to be seeing the carriers continue to go down as the storm comes in. It's a lot of Vikings getting melted. Holy! That's one way for a game to end. That's absolutely brutal. Holy shit. Just got melted, man. Absolutely melted. Clem, by the way, already in the next round, so he will play the winner of this series. Rogue in the round of 8, going to play solo or DRG. Showtime going to play Skillous or Trap, so it's ZVZ, PvP in the top 2 quarterfinals. And then apparently Nightmare Hearthstone's still playing their match. Is that true, or they just not updated it? Let's have a look on Hearthstone's stream, what they're doing. Nope, he is playing PvP. Probably just played some long games. Wild. Alright, let's hop on into Site Delta then. More action continuing through right here as we go through this Kung Fu Cup. If you're enjoying the stream, guys, again, do consider supporting the channel by subbing and following, etc. Helps out a whole bunch as we get into game number 3. Game number 2. In the top left side, our red Protoss, it's going to be Classic. Taking on the blue Terran, Oliveira. Alrighty, so game number 2. Get this started up. Nexus dropping down. Obviously, the barracks just finishing up from Oliveira. It's going to be Nexus before Core. But become a little bit more popular lately as well. And then Nexus, then in the Core. Alright, well, we get that set and up. Bringing some bits and pieces through then for a few moments. River just pops out, gonna head across factory on the way. River pops up, Alan taking damage, Adept gonna come over. Probably cancel building, Nexus about to finish. Adept is really gonna go for the Reaper. Be seeing the Adepts all sitting there, Widowmine setting up, SAV taking some shots, Wolkate finishing soon from Classic, who heads into the blink as his next step. Oliveira with the 1-1-1 setup. Cyclone, Starport now done. Maybe he just wants to get something done earlier, because letting Classic get to that carrier force is really tough to then deal with. Cyclone locks on, Adept gets chased away. It's going to be having a few SCVs dead then, and we do now get the cycle on the map to try and put some pressure on the other side. Double battery coming up from Classic, committing to making sure he will not die by any sort of push onto the natural, so that's already, well, just like I say, a very safe way to be setting up. No doubt about that. Cyclone locks on, the Adept takes some damage, a few Stalkers trying to come through. I have an awkward spot because your own SimCity kind of hurts you. The Widow Mine makes it difficult for you to chase. In the end, it's Oliveira that has to pull back and fall away from this one. Bay Nexus coming through. Gonna see Classic get into those Colossus nice and quickly. More barracks on the way out. Obviously Oliveira with the Raven on the way too. Potentially get aggressive, but I mean at this stage I guess we're not really going to get aggressive before Tech Lab. Barracks upgrades come through, so it's going to be at least a couple minutes for Stim at this point. One more sandwich coming out, charge and extended thermal lance coming through, extra gates, the next is all coming about here. We'll get through the center, Classic heading to the bottom right corner. Thermal lance coming through, a charge on the way. Zealot Colossus continue to come up, extra gates coming about. Obviously, again, just being given time to build up here. That Stim, combat, drilling claws, all coming by. Well, Vikings, the Ravens still moving around. The Hallucination gonna try and move across a little bit as well. We've seen a couple of racks gonna drop down straight away. The Prism will be overhead and actually gonna take a trip units across the map. Classic doing very much so what he did in the last game, but obviously Oliveira is going to try and maybe get something done early. This Prism going to spot the Medevac. Medevac spots the Prism, so everyone sees the potential harass heading in different directions, picking up on that quickly. Obviously a pretty big deal. Raven comes through the top again. Colossus, Stalkers, Zealots all gathering together. Wouldn't mind continuing to go through. Just gonna see that Storm still building. +1 attack coming about. Bio Medevacs and continue to move across for the moment. Bio will stim, Pylon will go down. Next is going to be in trouble as well. Going to go down immediately. Zealots and Stalkers will continue to chase. Still turning around and fighting. A couple Zealots start to drop. Ghost Viking. Still coming through. Classic clearly not feeling safe enough to kind of invest in that Stargate tech like we saw last game just yet, but as he gets a 4th base online and secures that, I think that would be his next stopping point in this game. I think that is the next kind of move that he makes. Mine actually quite nice. Splashes a lot of the energy units there. Doesn't kill them, but lower HP. For later, perhaps. Let's come through. Widow Mine goes down. Batteries. Gonna do a little bit of healing. Thinking extra cannons on the way. Army still pulling up to the top. +2 attack, +1 armor. Our weapons coming up. Our Stargates all coming through. A couple cannons still in production. Oliveira continues to move out up the right-hand side. Stargates and the fleet beacon all continuing into play for the moment. Drop down. It's another cyber core, so that you can get double air upgrades. Again, Classic will just sit here and let the Terran attack into him. Until he has carriers, he has no need and no want to go and make any further kind of aggressive plays himself. He can just sit back and relax and let kind of the game do its, play itself for the moment. Nice catch these couple of Zealots. Classic was kind of moving down the left, but we'll obviously want to pull back. Has a couple of storms available, but obviously it's about trying to catch those storms without eating the EMPs. We'll storm onto the Widow Mine initially. Not too big of a deal just yet as Oliveira tries to make his way into position. That's a good EMP. It's 2 High Templar with it. Again, scary moments for Classic, who's just now starting up his carrier, so really, if there's a time to fight, this is it. When the carrier count is low and non-existent, but the money is being spent on them, that's absolutely when you can maybe expect the most to come from this. Mine blows up a Stalker. Mine's actually going to get cleaned up then. Classic gets rid of those. +2 weapons about to finish from Classic as well, so he's going to be ahead by an armor upgrade here for the next few moments. Again, just struggling to get any High Templars to keep the energy. EMPs all over the place so far. Force field again. Classic just happy to buy time. He feels as though the closer he gets to carriers, and the more carriers he gets closer to, the better off he's going to be, which I don't disagree with. So anything that just buys him a little bit of time is not necessarily a bad thing just yet. Also charging forward. A few Stalkers coming as well. That's a bit of a wild fight. The Vikings are going to start getting rid of carriers here. The Vikings are one thing that are doing very well. The interceptor count going low. Can we get rid of those tanks? If we got rid of these tanks, it could have been a bit of a believer. With those tanks still up, we're taking a lot of extra damage. Now the Immortals come through. We get rid of every Widow Mine. Oliveira pushed back. He got rid of all of the carriers. He reset a lot of the tech on the ground. High Templars are gone. Colossus are gone. There's a lot of rebuilding to be done from Classic to get back into a better position, whereas I feel like Oliveira is still in a pretty okay spot after this. Don't get me wrong, Classic's going to double down on more Sky Toss, but I do feel as though that's pretty okay, all things considered. I feel as though this is pretty reasonable. +2 armor coming up as Classic gets more upgrades coming in. Stalkers, Archons, Zealots coming forwards. +3 attack, additional carriers all coming through. The army of Oliveira heading to the upper right. We actually have on the left side Oliveira getting into the natural. Bit of a split push coming in. Classic has to deal with this all of a sudden. No energy on the Nexus, so recall not available. Top right base probably in trouble as well. And he's still coming up, and Yeah, pretty rough to lose that 5th. I mean, that's going to be maxed out. I like his army, but I wonder if that top right base was a mistake versus maybe taking this high ground base would have been a better option, because then he's kind of standing forward and in front of his other bases. The top right base feels like such a stretch away in comparison. Shot still coming through. Nuke is on the way. Poke actually comes up on the mothership. Wouldn't mind goes down. Army of Oliveira chased far right there. So the nuke lines up. Going to go in towards the missile turrets. Obviously don't hit your army. Nuke looks as though we will kill the Ghost. Classic still with a very scary force. Storm's good, but the surround from Oliveira as he comes from the top. The Storm's really good on the Vikings, but do we have enough of them? Army's melting. The Vikings are all dying. There's carriers left over. That's good enough from Classic. Man, the Storms are just so good, and Oliveira is just kind of stuck standing in them. Kind of a miserable little way for that to play out in the end, and it looks as though that will be a GG. As Classic wipes the floor with the stack defense to follow. And Classic will move to the next round to play Clem. I believe that's a round of 8 matchup, actually, so that will be on the way out. Orbital goes down, 18 SCVs. Get taken out. SCVs are going to come about. Storm going to drop in as well. A couple of SCVs continue to fall. Army pushing through once again. Medevac still retreating away. A little Widowmine shot goes off. Back to the high ground. Storm on the ramp. Just going to be seeing this army going to turn around again. Couple Widowmines here. Oh, should have really been a focus, I think, when they got burrowed up. We actually kill a high temple with Storm left over. Not that it really matters too much, but I feel like that could have been an easy... Just took way more damage than he ever should have taken from something he could have killed. GG's in Classic goes 2-0 over Oliveira. So Classic will move through to the next round. Like I say, we've been following him for a while. And we're going to follow him into play against Clem. So Classic Clem coming up next. We'll swap servers for that one. Granny Nightmare took out Lambo. Reno Gumiho will play the winner of that. Lots of cool games still happening, guys. Skillous playing Trap as well. We're going to go Classic Clem when we return from a little break. I'll see you guys on the other side for more Starcraft 2 action. We'll be back just after this. Clem Classic getting hosted up right now, guys, as we get ready for this to begin in just a couple. Get this underway. Some TVP action. Today's quarterfinals of the Kung Fu Cup. Reino Gumiho still ongoing. Are they playing some long-ass turtly games? What's going on there? Yeah, kind of looks like a Gumiho up 1 against Reino. Right, yeah, it's cold. Looks like the players are set. We can get into this matchup as we count down into Oceanborn to start off the TVP. Got a few TVPs in a row. Oliveira Mana, Oliveira Classic. Now Classic versus Clem. Following this section of the bracket through. Get up and ready to begin on this next one. Alright, let's go. As we have ourselves in the top left-hand corner, our red Terran player representing Team Liquid. We have Clem. And playing for Twisted Minds in the bottom right will be the Blue Protoss in our series Classic. So, fresh series, quarterfinal time. Excited to see what's going to go down across the course of this best of 3. Yeah, Nexus down on the natural. Get that underway. Start that off. Cybercore coming through. Nexus building. And get settled in here. Train continues through, just having our factory coming up. And Stargate coming down, a couple of probes are on the way. Seeing Stargate being the choice of play from Classic in that previous series as well. Just enjoying getting those oracles out, harassing with those oracles a little bit, and just trying to kind of take control of the game super early, right? You get those oracles, start dealing some damage, and you put yourself in some good positions. Definitely nets you into a pretty decent position as our Adept comes over. SCV gonna get to mining. Cyclone coming through. Starport on the way. The Adept still taking some shots as our Marines continue over. Adept just gonna get hit, and now Adept goes to the far right hand side. Okay, coming through. The Oracle still halfway done. Stalker and probes producing. As that Oracle continues to chrono boost out of the Stargate, we'll be heading out onto the map very shortly. still up the right-hand side again. Medevac, Cyclone, Marine. A production combo from Clem potentially gives him some early units to get on the map with, right, and to go and try and deal some damage early, so would expect that to be something of a factor given some time. The Robo Facility coming up from Classic as well, so we get that on the way too, bringing that out. The Oracle does end up diving into the main base, and we'll begin to go after some SCVs. They're going to find 1, 2. Like I say, Oracles just seem to be doing very well for themselves. That should have been 3. There's no reason he couldn't have killed that one on the refinery. He just went for another one and moved when he could have hit, and then, yeah, just didn't ever get another shot off again. So, unfortunately, a little bit rough there at the end of the day. Marines on Cyclone will stand and fight. Medevac overhead. Adepts and Stalkers still looking to fight as well. We do have a mule dropping down on the main base, and Oracle still flying about. Oracles will zap down. Just a little bit extra in general. The Oliveira is still going for it as well. 7 SCVs have now fallen. The Oracle's still going through. 8 workers, 9 workers all dropping. Stalkers and Immortal continue to come about. Now, 11 workers going down is brutal, though. Clem definitely not in a pretty spot, and his army across the map is hardly making up for the damage taken, right? That's the issue. He's not exactly doing enough to make up for that, as you just have, again, additional barracks coming in. Viking Tank Marine also popping through. Medevac overhead, tank still heading forward. Oracle actually just gets picked off there. Marines and the Cyclone is able to get that Oracle. Nice grab. Few additional Marines still on the way up. Siege tank on the way as well. Let's just have the fight going to break out here. Obviously, Clem's taking so much eco damage. He wants to do something with his army, and this is it. Trying to press his way forwards. Has himself siege tanks that are able to siege up and to obviously slow push his way through this. A second tank sieging. Liberator will come through. Edge of the Phoenix lifts the tank there, but delayed it sieging for a little bit. I wouldn't say it did that much, although I guess Classic's definitely still in some trouble. Viking overhead. Tank is still wandering forward. Marines will claim the life of that pylon. Nexus gets cancelled. Oracle activates. A couple of SCVs going down. Cyclone tanks still trying to come through. Liberator sieges once again in the super battery. Trying to do a lot. Liberator getting a lot done. Bio still pressing forwards there. Tanks still shooting away. Classic's obviously lost a lot so far. 2 more SCVs go down from Clem, but just the fact Classic now has no third base, that alone's a huge deal. And we're still going to have 3 siege tanks press forward with here. Can Classic find a moment to break out of this and to jump on this? Great question. That sets up a siege mode, and tanks will edge their way further forward. Another bunker, even further forward again. The one in the back is about to be done. As Colossus production has continued here also. If we lose that pylon, I think the Robo gets depowered though, right? And so second Colossus will not be popping out for a little bit. Oh, we're actually going to lose the shields on the Colossus as well. Lots of pylons and batteries trying to get into play. Fighting for space in this rather cramped natural. Yeah, we'd like to see just extra tanks actually step towards the Robo facility. Try and actually deny that before Colossus 2 pops, because it could be a big deal breaker, right, if that Colossus gets out or not. Well, charge is done, so Classic's going to decide that this is the moment to go. I'd like to see Clem target by the Colossus. That feels like an absolute given in this scenario, and he does go for it. However, Marine count getting low against the Zealots. The Immortal is just about going to live, and I think Classic cleans up enough. He slows down a lot of the progress of Clem here. And Clem's going to lose the Liberator as well. And Clem is only just now starting Stem, so a long way from really having a continuation that will do any sort of justice for him in the longer game. Bunker will go down. The Zealots charge forward there. The Colossus as well in position to do some more damage. Dark Shrine will begin. Colossus, Stalker continue to produce. Army of Classic moving to the upper left-hand side. Marines trading, getting a few more probes. 2 workers going down. The Stalker gets picked up. And the Stalkers on the counter-attack going to find themselves a siege tank here, and Clem may still struggle to defend then. Vikings land, but there's a Colossus available too. Clem doing his best with these drops to just try and keep the activity going here. Marines load up again. Colossus continues to come back over. In fact, flies back again. Couple probes continue out. Dog Shrine about to be done. Don't see DTs warping in. Clem is only just moving his third base in position, so Dog Shrine could be quite frustrating. Not as many turrets up just yet as you might want. Yeah, you just have one on the front of the natural, but yeah, maybe the third could be a target. Or maybe Clem just gets in a good defensive position against him. Maybe there isn't too much we can actually do here. Plus of shells and +1 still in the way. Actually chases down the DT there, so the DT will get picked off. Thing's still chilling, getting a couple of racks coming through, the +1 attack coming in. +1 attack, Storm, Blink continues to come on by. And we get all of this underway. Storm and the Blink continues through. +1 tank and Iraqs continue to come on by, and again the Ghost Academy also coming up from Clem. Been a hell of a game at the end at the end of it so far. These have been nice though. Getting rid of a few SCVs definitely going to keep Clem a little bit more on the back foot. Templar step up, Colossus Stalker setting up as well. I'm definitely looking to just have good supply here, starting to press forwards. Smushing all the way through, and the Bioforce is going to jump onto the set of rocks, so rocks will take some shots. Get knocked down. Vikings trying to come forward. Good storm onto the Vikings. Going to dissuade them from continuing through a little bit. Again, +1, Blink, both coming forwards here. Tanks are going to siege. The storm clips onto some of the Marauders. Those Marauders out in the front lines, and we are going to see a couple storms starting to come about. Tanks will continue to fire as well. Storm will go down once again. Marines going to get pushed back. Vikings going to be continuing to try and knock down those Colossus, but actually very good fight from Classic, and I think he's actually going to get a cleanup on this one. He is going to push this back and clean that up, it seems. So cleanup is made. Ghost coming up, couple Vikings coming in. Country still chilling up on the top side. We're going to be popping out again. Prison speed coming up, +2, +1 coming in. Get ourselves a couple ghosts firing up against Stargate. Fleet Beacon continue to come through for the moment. PC sets up again. Fleet Beacon, Stargate still coming through. +2, +1 on the way up. 2-2 coming up on the side of Clem. Arena's going to get cleaned up. The few probes still going to move about. 2-2 upgrades on the way out. Viking coming in. +2 air weapons. +1 flyer attack coming up as well. And we'll see our carrier continue to come through. Demon's Deep, Classic making that typical transition into the garage that he loves to play for. Talked a bit about that when he played against Oliveira, that this is just kind of a classic playstyle thing. He will do that at pretty much any given opportunity. He's still coming by, just having ourselves a few more missile turrets coming up as well. Those drop down, again, our mothership coming up, our extra carriers on the way, +1 air weapons about to finish, +2 +3 ground attacks coming through. 2-2 is going to be done from Clem in a moment, so we'll actually have an upgrade lead for a while until that +3 attacking upgrade of Classic finishes. Don't think Clem's in any rush to take any sort of a fight here. Areas, Colossus, Stalker, Immortal, all on the move. We've seen 3-3 still coming about. It's coming up, a couple more interceptors starting to build. Obviously, Classic's army starting to be real powerful. Actually do knock down a set of rocks, moving up to this high ground. Stalkers will come over, and an SCV in the front already going down. CC actually might get denied. Clem not really in position, and so Classic kind of gets to walk up one of the more difficult walk-up points on Oceanborn very freely. Now kind of holds the high ground between a couple of Clem's different bases. He is struggling a little bit, though. The snipe is good. The tank's on the low ground, I think, actually blasting away as well. So Classic is kind of... he put himself in this position, and I like the position, but Clem's setup is actually better than I thought it would be against it. As now you're seeing those carriers starting to run out of interceptors as well, and this might be a fight we can keep taking. Clem ran forward with the Ghosts. Kind of felt like that was a bit of a misclick there. He went almost a step too far forward. Vikings still chasing down carriers. Every carrier we get rid of is a huge kill, and Clem staying max during this. Good fight from Clem. As he continues to chase, although a few Stalkers now will start to nip away at the Viking camp. We're going to recall the carriers to try and get as many home as we can. And that is finally a disengage made. Fire comes through, battery goes down, cannon's getting killed. Wall's still taking shots. Just gonna stim, just gonna pull back, and starts continue to come through. Goes still in the back lines. We actually have a lot of them. Can Clem get enough momentum to go through the carriers here? I'm a little worried he doesn't have any anti-air left. Just keep on fighting. Now Archon gets EMP'd. Continue to fight forward. Stalker's in trouble. Looks as though we have got enough because there's no interceptors remaining. With no interceptors, Clem will have plenty to win this. Beautiful game from Clem. There's a lot of very cool moments throughout the course of this one. Continues to chase up GG's Classic, and Clem is going to take game number 1 against Classic here. Like I say, cool, calm, collected behavior. As they really did take a little bit of kind of stopping and waiting and, you know, letting things kind of settle down at certain points there. By the way, Rogue 2-1 Solar. Rogue's got a thing about taking out Solar. He moves to the semifinals. Will play Showtime or Skillous in the ZVP. Gumiho 2-0 Raynor. He plays Nightmare. The winner of that plays Clem or Classic. So that's how our semifinals are lining up so far. Freaking hot today, guys. It's freaking hot today. I don't think it's even that warm outside. It's like 19. It's just my PC's being on. The room's just hot, you know? Looks like everyone's going to join for this one. Getting ready to jump into Alcyone here and get this up and running. What will happen? In the top right-hand corner of the map, we're going to have ourselves the Red Terran player. This is Team Liquid's Clem. In the bottom left, Blue Protoss will be Classic. Couple refineries coming up. Barracks coming in. Got ourselves settled here for game number 2 as that has a proxy on the map. A barracks out over to the far left hand side. As he chases in, probably will get hunted down. Nexus drops in on the natural. Just gonna get that Nexus going. Cybercore coming up as well. And get that built for the moment. CV. It's going to go down to the probe, which means the bunker will never finish, but Reaper will be able to get a probe in return because probe spent so long chasing the SCV, it was still on the low ground. It's a second probe dead, and we'll see our Stalker's still chasing that Reaper away. Factory's about to finish up. We're going to have ourselves CC on the high ground. Clem playing it fairly safe. Just going to dive through. Probes will take a few shots already. One Reaper surviving low HP, which means we actually get a lot of extra shots off. It's going to be an extra probe, I believe, at least. Yeah, one extra probe just because the Stalker did not target fire. Two extra probes because the Stalker didn't target fire. We kill that low HP Reaper, and the other probes just do not drop that low at all. Well, Reactor will be on the barracks once it gets back home. Coming through. CC lifts up. It's going to move down to the low ground. We do have a couple more gates. Warp gate all coming in. The Viking, the Cyclone coming up as well. CC will land on the natural. Just going to be seeing a third CC coming up as well. Robo facility, couple of gates coming through too. It's actually chilling in the center still. See those couple of Cyclones and the Viking joining up together as well. No commitment over there. Getting a couple of Cyclones on the move, a couple more Vikings setting up also. Stalkers. Got to move across once more. Done out over there. Robobay coming up. Our Nexus coming through. A couple more probes coming about. Server is about to be done. Couple more probies coming in as well. Let's see what that's still on the way from Clem. We're quickly approaching a point where Clem can be a little bit more aggro on the map as he looks to take this game 2 and run with it. Against a Classic who is obviously trying to play catch up in the series. Character goes down. These few Marines are still going to be firing, tanking the Cyclones. Just going to fire back. Rust the Stalker's getting over. And Stem, Combat +1, all coming through. Extended Thermal Lands in charge. Genie come in. Stalker's trying to fight the Viking and the Cyclone, taking a few more hits again. Stimpack still coming on by. Stim Combat +1 coming up. A couple extra barracks on the way. CV's transferred to the third base. He's going to put that orbital on location, and well, extended thermal lance is building up with the charges on the way too. Temple Archives not far from being done. So all of that coming out at the moment. While it is being set up. With that storm on the way, we'll see if Classic can get some more kind of well-connecting storms this time. I mean, I feel like you got a lot of good ones against Oliveira, but against Clem, I did a great job of zoning those out and handling them decently. Let's see, Ian's just sitting at the front. Let's see the ban getting rid of some of the zealots. That run by doesn't go anywhere. High Tempers in the Prism. Classic already starts. The Stargate begins to say it's time to go to the later stages. Cyclone locks on, Prism gets pushed back, couple batteries, Stargates all coming up. Stalker's Blink, Medivac gonna take some shots. Back around on the bottom side again. Stargate coming through. Flipping still coming up. And that progress made as a couple of Wooden Mines will again play cleanup on a lot of these Zealots. Planetary not quite done. Prism's going to come in as well. The Viking's going to be quick onto that Prism though. And it's a Storm Drop too, so these are going to be High Templars that are abandoned. We try and recall. We don't get either of the High Templar out alive. Classic. This is again a little bit devastating, I think. Storms go down, Storms trying to reach a little bit further forward. Archon's still setting up, Super Battery trying to hold on, but Clem just has so much. Classic just not really getting into a great spot this game. The carrier's on the way, but not ready yet. Clem's timing is impeccable. And again, he did not let Classic really find anything across the course of this. Vikings load back up. I will continue to move in and try and fight once again. It's going to be seen now, but I was still pushing up this ramp. We see more reinforcements streaming across. Classic has some carriers now. I'm not sure that's enough to make the difference. Gonna fight through. Archon is gonna get grabbed, I think. GG's. Clem is gonna take it. So Clem takes the 2-0 here. Convincing series overall against Classic. The first game was pretty good. It was a bit of a banger. As Rogue Skillous, by the way, going to be our semi-finals on the top side. So that's going to start up right now. We're going to get that ready to go. Some ZVP coming in. So I'll see you guys in just a few. Quick round of ads. We'll be back after this for more Starcrafts. Alrighty, guys. Skillous vs. Rogue coming up. Semi-final time. I actually have no idea what to expect in this series. I really don't. It's gonna be fun. Top left. Now I have red Protoss. This is going to be Skillous. Taking on the blue Zerg. In the bottom right hand corner, it is a Rogu. Pretty fun matchup that we got here. Skillous, Rogue, couple great players. Skillous been playing great lately. As Drone chases the probe around. So Drone just chasing, probe in, some nibbles, spawning pool coming down. Drone chase and Pro again running around for a moment. Step coming around, couple queens coming through, got those things coming about as well. And drones continue to build as we get ourselves the Stargate on the way. The Stargate's coming up, and our setup for this EVP so far is going kind of exactly as you would expect it to. Get that Stargate and kind of roll from there. And the Nexus is just about finished, and again the Ling is heading down the bottom side. That warp gate coming through, and we get ourselves set up over these next few moments. The dev continues to shade about. The dev moving down, warp gate coming up, the link speed still coming through, the extra queens and drones continue to come about as well as the adept continues to shade about a little bit. Hatch, link speed, queens and drones all building, the oracle and the warp gate still coming through, and the stalker here is just going to go poking at the overlord. Just going to open that up for a moment as well, so overlord is going to take a little bit more damage. Getting some shots right now. Oracle's just going to join in again. A couple of spores coming up. Drones Queen on the way. Just pulled back a little, and we do have the Rotron coming up on the side of Rogue. So preparation being made to try and establish some control early on. Obviously, make sure we're not going to be in trouble. That Rotron not super quick or anything, but Skillous not doing anything overly aggressive. Third base about to finish, Twilight Forge on the way. Just need to defend these Oracles effectively, and so far we are doing just that. The Oracle dropping down. A little Revelation. Just going to be seeing that set of rocks nearby. And caught in the Revelation. Not too much to see there, though. Well, the Oracles will try and keep control of the map. Hey, what's up, Level? Thank you so much for the 70-month resub. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for 70 months. Appreciate it, man. Good to see you as always. As +1 and charge continue through, additional gates coming up, the Immortal coming in, pros reducing, Storm is on the way as well. Is this the tournament where Classic and Clem just finished their match? Yes, it is. Clem is in the semi-finals. We'll be playing against Nightmare, I believe, so some TVP down there. Good chance for a good set of combination of matchups going towards all the way towards the finals today. Hey, Ghostface, what's up, man? Thank you so much. 40-month resub on the Prime as well. I appreciate it. More High Templar just warping in. Storm still coming up. +1 and ground attack coming through as well. So let's move over. Storm is about to finish the Robo facility on the way up. So that's Robo number 2 already from Skillous, which is probably not a bad thing. Get access to more Immortals, more tech. Especially as the Lurker Den is coming down from Rogue. He's moving towards that very quickly here. Storm is done. This first Storm really only hits Roaches. We do not have that many units from Skillous, and the 4th base cancels immediately. Good catch from Rogue. Is getting there at a good timing to work his way forward, pick off that base, and that's a great start. A few Zealots in the bottom left. Going to hold the Watchtower for a few moments. Come back around, we kill off a set of rocks. Nexus wants to go down that 4th base again. We actually, Zealots found the Lurker Den there, but there's not enough of them to really get a kill on it. So unfortunately, nothing will really come of that just now. High Templars and join up towards this base as well. Rogue is still being aggressive with just Roach Hydra. Obviously, Lurker Den finished, but doesn't have any Lurker upgrades. You don't really want to build Lurkers right now. Good split so far, not letting the Storms do damage. If the Storms can't do anything, it almost feels like Rogue might have a shot to win the game on this push, but surely as we get more committed, the Storms are going to start connecting, and then the Immortals will get to kind of chew through some Roaches as well. That's what we're seeing now. 4 Immortals actually very powerful against the Roach count, and the Storm's good enough to keep any Hydras at bay. So actually pretty well handled altogether here by Skillous. Very good defenses, like I say, Rogue building in towards that Lurker phase with the Seismic Spines coming up. Bring that through. Couple more units keep moving forward. Hydras on the way, Seismic Spines building up. Total Lock-on is going to come for a little bit of a press forwards. A couple creep teamers going down. Roach Queen in position, turning things around over here as well. And we do have the Prism in the main base. Skill's going to start making this game a whole lot more interesting, but the Prism will cancel its warp in. Is it out alive? I think so, yes. It's going to be okay for now. Nice to get a Viper or two. Almost always feel like a Viper or two once you get to Hive Tech is almost always worth it. This is awkward. Obviously, no Prism here, so there's no kind of pick-up micro to get out. We're actually just going to start losing Immortals. We're going to target fire down. All but one. Wow, what a fantastic trade for Rogue. As Skillous gets a little bit too overcommitted there. Hydras, Roaches is going to come through, knock down a set of rocks once more, open up that space. Have a +3 attack coming in, a couple of mauls and an Archon still in production. A lot of things being established here as Rogue really is, though, just maxed out. I mean, the question was going to be, can he actually get across the map and do something with the max? I feel like he's had some good fights, no? And some good trades, and yet here we are, unable to maybe do much else just yet as Prism has to reposition once more. Drops down Stasis Ward. You can see now a couple of shots coming out. Oracle will go down. Still staying aggressive. I kind of thought that Rogue was going to kind of run him out of this game the way that things were going initially. It's Hatch on the right side going down, Ling Roach on the left, going to open up some cannons. Nidus into the main base as well, also coming through over here. Just going to get that put in place. As do pop out of the night, as we are going to see a few stalkers still going down. As Lurk is still firing again, and Maul's taking shots. Archon pushed away. Maul's still taking a lot of shots actually as the arm. Oh man. Lurkers in the main are rough. Look how much damage they do. Actually, new Lurk is showing up as well. So just as we start to clean up the first wave, the second wave is still going to be here. Skillous losing out big time. Has units on his front door as well, and Rogue just having a fantastic setup here and playing honestly a pretty solid game through and through. I have felt as though there's been moments where I expected Rogue to be able to kind of just continue through and kind of push and kind of pressure his advantages further, but some of those have definitely not come by. Zealots will get rid of another Nidus. Or just pull back. Extra Hydra's Lurk is coming through, +1. Full air attack coming through as well. +3 Carapace also in production. Nidus coming through too. Stalker firing, Overlord taking some damage, so some shots continue to go through for the moment. So I'm just going to go after a couple of these creep tumors. His skills again. His ability to rebound from a lot of these fights is genuinely very impressive. And this will come across. Another storm goes down. A few Zealots continue to get warped in here. The Hives will continue to run past. Obviously overhead as well. Gonna see a Revelation. Lurk is gonna get caught in that. High Templar still warping in. Let's see those Mauls firing. Roaches will go down. Some storms going down the other side. Rogue still holding this high ground and going to be able to push this back down. It's going to get a little catch on the ramp. Hydra's just going to run up the left-hand side. Lurk's going to be firing through. Actually, just got a kill on all the warping in units there. We just tried to warp in Zealous. They got insta one-shot by the Lurkers. We're getting a lot of probes here, and again, just so active around the map. Skillous has definitely been what you struggle to deal with. Thirteen probes dead. Hydra's still gathering up. Going to get an assimilator picked off as well. Trying to drop this Nidus down. We actually see Hydras and Lurkers catching these Immortals over here. Do we have enough? The Storm was pretty good on the Hydras. Oh, there's so many more Hydras, though. And they're going to get cleaned up on the right side. Skillous with a big loss. Still has money to spend, though, to reinforce as he's... How many tech units he lost in this game? 13 Immortals. I was going to say, it feels like a lot, and it has been. Just pushing up. The Nexus, sorry, is going to be going down, so another base lost. We have a Nidus coming up behind this to reinforce and to retreat with. And Skillous is, I think, slowly bleeding out. That left side base taking a lot of damage and going down. This top side base going down. These are things which are definitely becoming problematic as we continue through. We need to start getting on top of these and stopping these issues developing further. Adrenal glands is in production. We can see the night is still coming about. Another little storm coming out as well. I mean, again, Rogue just trying to push in this position, deny this base once more. Storm's going about. Just going to be seeing the Hydras. Still fighting. The Lurkers firing from afar. Let's spend some more good damage out. Another Zealot going down. We actually have this army pushing up here. Like I say, it feels like, in my eyes, Rogue's been kind of winning this game the entire time. Skillous actually took a lot of decent fights, though, and kind of, like I say, rebounded a lot of times. Unfortunately, this is one I don't think he rebounds from. Too many units, and Rogue takes the first game. And Rogue's getting freaking good again. It's kind of terrifying to see this guy just kind of showing back up and starting to really just kind of, you know, take down a lot of top-end players. And he's about to make the finals of one of the toughest online cups there is. He's a map away from it as we head into Game 2 in just a couple moments for more ZVP action. What's up, KU Cancam? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Get ready for round 2 here on Oceanborn. Alright, let's hop into Oceanborn for map 2 of our first semi-final today. Obviously, second semi-final Clem Nightmare coming after this. Rogue has the 1-0 lead. We'll have the rest of this best of 3, the second best of 3 semi, and then best of 5 finals coming up today. As we kick off to the top left-hand corner, red Protoss player is Skillous down a map. We're looking to bring it back. Bottom right, our blue Zerg player is Rogue here for game number 2. See what the idea is on Oceanborn. Obviously, Golden Aura is a pretty big map. Oceanborn is a little bit of a smaller map. So in that regard, maybe things line up a little bit differently. As we start off with our Overlord making a bit of a journey, onto the map we go. I'm dropping in at the front. Get set and ready to roll. Okay, we're coming up. Oh, coming down, hatchery, getting placed. As our hatch goes onto the forward position, obviously not allowed to go onto the natural, so that's a little bit funky. Not too surprising at the same time, though. Overlord on the move, Cybercore Nexus on the way up. We get ourselves settled in for a couple of moments. Deb coming through. Stargate still setting up. Link speed in production. We actually have our fuel links on and chase down a probe for a couple of moments as well. Just going to go straight on after that. And links to be building. The extra links coming up here. I see the Queen gonna get a few shots off in the Deb. The few links gonna move over as well. Local still chrono boosting out on the Stargate. Deb continues to move on through for the moment. I see the feelings coming forwards. The couple of Debs getting chased back on the bottom side. The Oracle continues to move across and just going to be getting in to try and find some initial damage. Double Queen here, so we're only going to get one drone to begin with. Not ideal. Drones, Overlord, Queen continue to come through. Drone's still on the way about. Let's see, our Twilight Council is on the way in. The Forge is coming up as well. A couple more gates, the Nexus, the probes, all in production. We do have our Adepts already here to try and apply some pressure. We got ourselves a move being made by Skillous. Trying to get some damage done. The Adepts going to start shading out. The drones start to fight. We've only lost 2 drones so far. Oh, 3 Adepts get away. I'd love to see those Lings trying to chase for those Adepts because I feel as though with 3 super low like that, that would have been a huge possibility. 11 more drones, layer in production. Continue to get this settled in. Let's have ourselves the extractor on the way up. Couple drones coming through. Yeah, I'm blinking +1 on the way up from Skillous. Temple Hawkeye is about to be finishing as well. Storm, Blink, +1. Again, Roach-Ron, Hydroden, both on the way here from Rogue, so getting those up and rolling. And obviously gives him more access into better units for the mid-game here. As he finishes up 4 Overlords, what are we going to do? Are we going to like just spam units and go, or are we just going to get drones, continue from there? It's a difficult question just yet. Drones going down, so definitely Skillous getting some reasonable early game damage dealt here. Better than perhaps even expected. We're still coming up the extra gates. Templars and so continue to be brought out right now. Prism on the way up as well, so we actually get Skills with some more potential to kind of be out and about on the map, which is great to see. To attack charge continue to come out as well, +1 missiles. Hydra speed hive all continuing up as well. Templars, Oracles, and Stalkers continue about. The Zealots are continuing to come through as well. So big push from Skillous. Does Rogue have the tech needed on his way to that hive, on his way to that lurker den? But I'm just not sure if we're going to be quite there yet to really kind of make those things kind of feel, well, like they're going to be able to get a chance to play. I don't think they're going to get included at all. I think Hydra going to start making a move forward. On we go, trying to get something done. Oracle's still hanging about and seeing here what. Prism actually, going down. Massive snipe on the Prism. Getting rid of that is a big deal. See Link Hydra still trying to play Chase away. If we can just... The Storm is so scary when you're playing Link Hydra, and that's what Rogue is kind of being afraid of at the moment. Army collects in. Blink Lurker coming up, size expands, adrenal glands continue to build as well. Hatches will get a Zealot on the right side, Hatchery still coming up, Fleet Beacon and Immortal on the way through as well. Bring all of that in. Now the Hatcher on the right side going to be taking some shots here. Immortals will be able to get a jump on that. That's actually not a cancel from Rogue, who is just going to counterattack. I think he's terrified of the Skillous army, although he should keep moving upwards. I think he's kind of hesitating about what he should do. You got the Lurkers to burrow here. No Adaptive Talons, but they do have seismic spines. Lurkers getting jumped on. We transfuse those Lurkers. Oh my goodness, they survived such a long time. Now Lurkers in the back are going to get set up. Rogue still dove onto the third base of Skillous. Skillous' supply is dropping heavily. He's losing a lot of pros. That may still be to come from Rogue, of course. If Skillous is able to break through this position, then Rogue will still lose a lot. As Zealot's whooping on the other side, those Lings are still active. Rogue has brought Hydras and Lurkers back from the other side to try and play cleanup, and that might just be good enough. Hydras and Lurkers going to get back over here. There's a couple Storms still left, and they are getting dropped into play. Can we get the Immortal off the lurkers? Yes, we can. Immortal goes down, in fact, in the surround now from Rogue as he gets reinforcements out, cleans his army up, and Skillous down to only 90 supply. Gonna continue pushing. Hydra's jumping onto the Stalkers, getting pushed by the Oracles. Well, Lurker's gonna get burrowed up. The Immortal gonna get jumped on. A couple of Zealots getting shot at. Hydra's knocked down the Oracle. There's a lot of High Templar here. I'm almost worried there's too many High Templar, as not all of them have energy. So now your Morphin Archon's right in the way of this army. Again, Immortals are not really shooting at the Lurkers, and Rogue is going to 2-0. Man, Rogue's freaking good. I'm excited to see him in the finals, as it is going to be a non-mirror matchup finals. Rogue will play Clem or Nightmare based on the result of the second semi. But that is kind of crazy, man. Rogue, man, showing up. Looked way better than the last time I watched Rogue play. Way better. Things. Alright, we're going to get ready to go into Clem Nightmare. Next best of 3 semi-final will come up pretty much straight away here. So we'll get that started on in. We're in the party, so it shouldn't take us too long. And everyone in here. Amphion going to be our opening map. We are waiting for Clem to accept the invite into the game. That's why we're not making any progress just yet, but hopefully soon we can get back on track. Still waiting for Clem, guys. Alright, the lobby is up. So Clem Nightmare semi-final here. As we get into this best of 3 TVP, winner takes on Rogue in the finals. Just waiting for everyone to join in. And we should be good to begin. Videos all done, maps hosted. Starcraft continuing on this beautiful Wednesday. Jump into Amphion, getting this on the go. Alright, away we go, guys. Amphion to start us off. I love this map. I actually really enjoy it in TVP. I think it's been very interesting to kind of keep track of this one. get this underway. Took a little while to load in, but we are good to go. Bottom left side, our blue Protoss player is Nightmare. Taking on the red Terran in the top left corner of the map, it's Team Leakweed's Clem. So away we go. People going to finish, gateway on the way, probes coming up, and we get ourselves settled here early on. As you can see, Nightmare open up very exciting. As I see him going straight into the forward gateway. So Nightmare definitely going to be the one to apply some pressure very quickly here. Coming up, CC reactor all coming through, getting things settled in. You obviously see now gateway is going to be a big part of this game. Let's have ourselves the factory coming up, the adept coming through, and get settled down. With, again, waiting for Clem to realize what's going on as well, because he, right now, doesn't actually realize what's up. Makes his life a little bit more difficult, so he is sat there kind of waiting. Stalker gonna go after the after the SCV at the front here. So he obviously now have action starting to break on through. Stalker's still just going to hit the CC again. Clem just struggling to kind of get units up right now. Obviously, a couple of Marines pop. Cycle on the way. This is all about kind of buying time and just waiting and being patient and picking your moment correctly. Gets the Adept, as now this is 5 Marines. A little bit more power again to get down to this low ground. Stalker will get rid of an SCV, so that will go down. Stalker's still pinging and prodding. Vincent's still coming to take a bit of damage. Clem is going to get a few more Marines to the front. Cell goes down. The Adept taking a few more shots. Cyclone locking onto the Stalker, which I like. The Marines able to get rid of the Adept. Good defense from Clem. He's going to get a lot of units on the follow-up to this as well, right? I mean, this is great because your opponent's going to have delayed tech because of the way this game's setting up. But now not just delayed tech, also just the fact that this is going to be, you know, a unit count which is not as high as it should have been for how Nightmare opened, and he didn't really achieve that much either. I'd say Clem looking fantastic here on game number 1 of this best of 3. What a way to start things off. Cyclone's just going to gather, sit on top of this ramp in the wall. Third gate in the robo from Nightmare, but like I say, once Stim and other tech units in general come in, which is going to be on a severe lack of tech to really help. Now they actually have those Cyclones coming through, and Stalker's going to take some shots. I see Clem actually looking to get this gateway, which would be a massive deal. Get rid of that super quickly. Would be amazing. Just gonna finish that gateway off, so yeah, taking out options from the opponents. Always a good thing. Unless you have another Stalker warping in here. Yeah, Marine's trying to get aggressive on the other side, but we have to lift up and evacuate away from that one, so a little bit of a backup, a little bit of a runaway. Have ourselves the charge still building up. Still trying to get settled down. Now a couple of Stalkers in the Immortal gathering together. Clem just trying to find different directions. Charge finally on the way from Nightmare as we start to tech up a little bit further beyond this. Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack. All of that continues to come on through. Tanks, Bio just pushing across. I think Clem's still trying to capitalize on what happened early though, and I don't really blame him, but that's why I kind of like the charge actually on the side of Nightmare, because by going charge, pushes like this are just inherently weaker than they usually would be, right? There's our tank. It's not going to be sieged up here straight away. Clem might just try and fight this straight up. No siege or anything. I don't hate it because it means you can lift the tanks up if they start getting in trouble against the Immortal. The second Immortal pops, the Archon is currently stuck. Now the tank sieges are going to have control of the ramp. That's going to be a blast and a half of tank shells. First gateway's in trouble, and Nightmare needs Zealot warp-ins to save the day. Clem's closing in on having Stimpack. The moment he gets Stim, I actually don't think Nightmare can really do anything to keep on breaking out here. So if there's a breakout moment, it's got to be soon. As Clem just capitalizing on what happened early. Good feedback on the medevac, get rid of some of the potential healing, but 2 gates go down, so a lot of the production we just added is pretty much going to be nullified immediately. Simply by the fact that Clem killed some gates in the front. So I think net gain is +1 gateway for Clem. As tanks on siege at the moment. As we're going to see Nightmare coming down the ramp. Clem does have Stim, but he's on siege as well. I don't think he was really ready to fight. Wow. Kind of an awful moment for Clem. Probably the best timing that Nightmare could have made a move on. Because I actually think Clem could have won that fight had he still been sieged. And then if his tanks were not in front of the bio, because the tanks were in front of the bio, it would stop the bio from really getting through to get onto that army. Now we go Archon drop across the map, and Nightmare looks for ways back into this game that, Clem has otherwise been pretty dominant in. Bio stems, couple Zealots taking big damage. Forcefield trying to drop down, a couple medevacs overhead. We are going to see Widowmine still connecting. Clem still controls his position. Where's the Prism at? Oh, Prism died apparently. Oh, it looks like the Prism died at the Widow Mines, which means that actually the Archons inside there died as well, so that's rough for Nightmare. Because that's his counterattack, and obviously some of his important tech as well going down. 2 Immortals go down here, man. There's just nothing good left in this army, is there? Nightmare is unfortunately not going to be able to see victory in this first game. Clem is absolutely dominant to open the series. But the Archon comes morphing through. The Zealot being brought in. We see the Zealot going to try and charge forward. Tank firing away, Bio still shooting. We do say a lot of units going down. Archons and the Maul still trying to gather up. Couple extra libs, Ghost +1 armor continue to come through. Archons will try and press in as well. Couple sentries getting warped forwards. Third base on the left side coming up. Oh, Raven playing the main base. Actually going to win the fight against the Stalkers. Jesus. Nightmare, sometimes it's just okay to accept that the game's over and to save yourself some pain. I don't think this one gets any nicer for Nightmare, unfortunately, as the Bio still trying to move up this ramp, still trying to push on forward here. Tank, Bio, everything just attacking on through and looking very, very good. And obviously with Liberators here, it just becomes even more difficult for Nightmare. I say difficult, if not just straight up impossible. GG's. And Clem capitalizes on a good initial defense from himself to take a 1-0 lead in this semi-finals. Clem goes up by 1, start us off. Heading for game 2, then in just a few moments. Also, we're all in the party and stuff this time, so it shouldn't take us too long to get a going. And he goes to River for the second game. Alright, get this one set up. And head into game number 2. Clem with a 1-0 lead. Rogue waits in the finals. Exciting day of games, guys, honestly. Exciting day of games. Readies, go-goes. Getting set to rumble. Going into Ghost River. Game 2. A boop, boop, boop. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss. This is going to be down 1-0 in the best of 3 Nightmare. In the bottom right, we have ourselves the top right, we have ourselves the red Terran player. This is going to be Clem. Game 2 of the best of 3. We can get underway. Yeah, on the low ground here from Nightmare. Obviously, it's a short map, so then to kind of go on a low ground gateway suggests you're going to stay very aggressive as well. Interesting. Couple moments likely going to come through from this. Since yeah, Probe and SCV can chase each other around, we do have the Zealot building, like I said, that's obviously designed to end up getting across the map very quickly, so that'll be kind of an expected factor there. Thanks to Stalker coming through, the factory is on the way up as well. We get this all underways. So it is going to take some damage off the Reaper. Clem high ground CC is going to keep him very safe from a lot of this potential aggression, etc. So that is a step in the right direction. Puts you in a little bit of a better spot. Puts you in a nice, good place. Stalker and Azal continue to hang around. The Cyclone in production as well being brought up at the moment. So far, so good. So, units from Nightmare actually going to continue onto the map, so we're going to try and get to the other side and make something happen. Let's see our Cyclone try and fight. A couple Marines going forward. As we have the little bit of back and forth start now, but I'd say once again, Clem is definitely winning out early game. Getting into a good position, feels very similar to the last game, has a good initial defense, gets into a good little spot to begin with. And now, here we are with Clem, I'd say, feeling pretty great about things. Let's see, a couple of Marines gonna go chasing forwards and trying to hunt down a Stalker. The Observer coming across the other way. Stalker still up on the high ground. And Marines and Medevac, Woodermine as well, will continue to come on through. Raven tank. Again, everything looks as though Clem is setting up to just be further aggressive in this game. Focus move back up. We're going to be seeing Clem with the Medevac around the left-hand side. Raven gets intercepted. Good positioning by Nightmare then. He needs to do everything he can to minimize Clem's opportunities. If he doesn't do that, then he's going to be in a whole world of trouble. As you see, the Woodermine is going to try and put itself in the mineral line. Nothing to really kill that, and it's going to have to be a probe sacrifice, but a few Marines takes a chance to go on the pylon. You're going to see Clem even saving the Widowmine there is pretty amazing. So nice little bonus on top of everything else. Charge about to finish. Couple more Zelds going through. Our gateways building. Temple Archives coming up. Raven still out to the center of the map. Fire Army pushing across the left side. Nice to say, Clem has been setting up to really kind of pressure this. The thing with Ghost River, there's a lot of good positions for tanks, although I don't think Clem should be as far forward as he is before sieging. I actually think this is the worst position he could have put himself in. He's going to give the tanks, he's going to give his opponent very easy access to the tanks. Auto turret misses its land. Yeah, Clem went way too far forward. I just don't know if he was not expecting charge or if he felt as though he had a better position. If he sieges up his tanks around these rocks, I don't think Nightmare can ever kill that army. But by putting the tanks to the left of the rocks, Clem's just way too far forward. He's exposed. The tanks take a lot of damage very quickly as well. Just kind of a disaster through and through, honestly. Everything comes back across. Auto turret the natural. Still think Clem's in an okay spot, but yeah, it just should have been a whole lot better realistically, I think. As our Stalkers continue to come on through, making moves. Let's see how better than regathering. Clem obviously going to have better upgrades, but so is his opponent now. There's going to be Storm available, so obviously it's quite the factor. Gathering, just going to be seeing the army actually moving forwards. These two are actually going to kind of bypass each other a little bit, which is unfortunate. Going to be seeing storms coming all over the place, and Clem, I don't know if he's really ready for Nightmare to be kind of forward on the map. Clem is going to make the most of this, backing away. Now the storms are gone, this army's less scary, but I mean, you look at what's in production. Clem has so much more in production too. Nightmare has a lot of money to get spending. Needs to get onto that ASAP. And Robovay. The gateways, the +1 attack upgrade continue to come through for the moment. Oh, yeah, Nightmare just continues up top. A couple auto turrets are going to drop down. The Zard's taking some shots. Raven doing a good job of that, as you see the Ghost Academy continue to come through. Viking Marine Marauder all coming up as well. I mean, Nightmare's in a way better position he ever should have been in, just because, again, Clem really gave him the chance to play cleanup on that army that he pushed with when he had all those tanks. He made that so much easier for Nightmare than it ever should have been. Clem is a little bit ahead on upgrades. Clem is, still looking pretty well set in terms of tech and so on as well, though, so not completely a disaster, just definitely could have been better than it currently is. Bio continues to gather up. So does that Protoss army to get settled in here. Clem's trying to move across the map, and he is going to have the Vikings here, which is going to be important. If you can get rid of the Prism, if you can get rid of the Colossus, that would be huge. Prism is off on a little bit of a journey as Clem moves forwards up the left-hand side. Prism's out down to the south, so looking to, again, get involved and maybe make something happen here. Artifact's going to load up, actually going to find the Prism. Clem doesn't notice it in time, so he does get feedback, didn't unload anything. No storms to follow up, at least, as Bio will continue to sit there and fight and trade. Gonna recall the Prism back so it can't get hunted down as Clem was trying to push up over here. It's gonna be the High Templars now in position to that top side. They'll drop some more feedback. Clem will get rid of the 5th base bottom left-hand corner. That's a very easy denial from Clem. Maxed out right now. And a Protoss army on the move toward the bottom left-hand corner. The Vikings, the Bio, gonna come chasing. It's, well, I was gonna say he started to line up snipes, but I actually think EMPs could have just been the call there, as we do get rid of pretty much all the High Templar. Now the Vikings, a little bit hurt, but still in pretty okay HP. Clem has got an army from the bottom left coming in as well. I would say he's doing pretty well without the army from the bottom left. Another storm comes out. That will be the last storm available. Do Vikings want to land, or how are we going to play this as Clem? I think he's just going to back away and keep the Vikings alive. He might want to use them against a Prism in a later fight. His unit's very low HP, which is the bigger problem for Clem more than anything. He can't really afford to just stand and fight still. So I think that's a big part of the reason why he's just in such a kind of a good mood to kind of back away and just keep on retreating. As it goes with EMP available, but gets feedback, so now the other High Templar can come forward way more easily. That storm's a bit of a whiff, though. Maybe a little bit of a panic storm from Nightmare there. There was a way better storm right on the center of the Vikings as they landed, so they wouldn't have been able to dodge for a while either. As Clem actually in the end did sort of stop the fight. He's going to have reinforcements soon, and with reinforcements, this becomes a very convincing position for Clem, I feel like. As he's still retreating and just kind of away here. Here are reinforcements from the north. I mean, Nightmare is just chasing. Clem's going to have a couple Widow Mines here to help out as well. Targets the Archon, which is a kill. Yeah, that's beautiful. Storm's coming down, but the High Templar will not have anything to help them. So if they don't storm their way to victory or success, they will just all die, and all the High Templars do go down. That might just be game from Nightmare, as pretty much everything was lost here. And that might be Clem moving through to the grand finals for TVZ. Best of 5 today against Rogue. Isn't that fun? They played in Dallas, actually. Rogue took the first game in those playoffs, and then Clem bounced back and took 3 in a row. Looked pretty good after the first game. Just a little bit of trickery. Clem didn't see a Nidus network, so the first game a little scary, but brought it back after that. Is now a Colossus is kind of cute because there's no Vikings available, and Clem scary for a moment, but looks as though he might just have enough to push forward anyway. Has to stim again, trying to get the Marauders in front against all these Stalkers and so on, but Super Battery popping means that Clem probably has to stop before we go any further. I can't remember the last time a Protoss won by going Storm. You've probably not watched a lot of Starcraft recently then, because Storm has been all the rage in PvT. It's probably been the most successful build. Getting a lot of Storm up and playing those Storms. It's really been back in fashion as of late. I mean, this game was lost way before Storm was even made. That early damage from Clem. I mean, it again should have been much simpler if he'd put himself in a better position setting up than what he ended up doing. It happened, though. It happens. Top of the left-hand side. We actually have a lot of units nearby, though. Not sure how successful this will be from Clem. I would have liked it if he kept dropping in a line rather than dropping in the Clem, because that means the Storms are just immediately naturally better. Units coming across, Clem pushing in the center at the same time. Going to catch a Colossus on that. Just gonna see how Vikings going to jump onto Colossus here, and we'll get another big kill. Nightmare still struggling tech-wise to really stay in this, as now just gateway units come forwards. You still have the units on the left-hand side from Clem, so they have the potential to come back in and make another play. They're all High Templar with a lot of energy available, though, and that's what Nightmare is still somewhat reliant on, trying to make something of this whole scenario. More Storms coming through. Then you get going. Boundary core is actually needed from Clem to help him survive this, as Clem is genuinely making a pretty good counter-aggression across the map here on Ghost River. Clem, where are your units? I mean, Medevac full of units over there. Clem dodges away from the Storms. It's so scary when those Storms are available. Gonna get rid of this Archon. This army will melt a little bit more easily from there, as Colossus is on the way, so again, you don't really want to lose these Vikings as Clem. Which brings the drop back over here. Now he wanders into the Stalkers, so that would have been some gifted supply. Instead, we'll potentially find the bottom left base. Auto turret skill a battery, and now going to start turning onto the cannon. Will not kill it, but will be low for future auto turret usage. And again, just Clem finding a way to make use of that Raven that's otherwise kind of stuck up in that corner. Unable to break out just yet. Like I say, kind of surprised that this game went on so long. You see that bio? Taking a few more shots. Zeld's going down. Well, Zeld's going down. Vikings going to show up. That Colossus is in some trouble. Stalkers are going to get chased away as well. And Clem having a much more convincing fight once again, but the Storms will start delaying him once more. Storms kind of stop all momentum. They stop him from breaking further forwards, that's for sure. Another Storm, man. Storms are so scary. They can take so much HP off of units so quickly. There's a lot that can be done there. As that High Templar has one more Storm remain. I was going to say, did it have the energy? It did. We got another Archon up off the back of that. Clem's supply is dropping, guys. I think Clem's actually run himself into a problem here. What a turnaround by Nightmare if he wins this game. Absolutely crazy stuff, because he was kind of dead early, and honestly, I don't know if Clem was ever really... I don't know if Nightmare was ever really kind of winning, but Clem has just struggled against some of these Storms. He's going to hit really good EMPs here, but his Planetary Fortress is gone. Nightmare has money to build more up with, although his army... The only issue with Nightmare's army right now is that it's a little bit weak because it's just very Stalker heavy, but yeah, I think he's actually going to win this game and tie up this series 1-1 and take us to a game 3, which is pretty hecking wild. Again, Clem, I think, it's funny how many games Clem loses in these scenarios, actually. I feel like Clem does this, or has this happen to him a fair amount lately, where he's in a pretty good position and then he just can't figure out what goes on next, and Yeah, Nightmare has absolutely fought his way all the way back into this game off of a rough start where he didn't get enough done. What a way to turn things around. Also showing up as well. Clem does not have an answer to those at the moment, so that is pretty much going to do it. GG's. Nightmare ties us up. What a ridiculous turnaround by Nightmare to tie this series and to take us to a game 3. Alright, heading into then one final map between Clem and Nightmare. Storm's freaking good, man. Like, Storm's, I think this game was won on the back of, some of Clem's misplays, but just some very good Storms constantly dealing so much damage. Alright, Clem's in the replay. He wants to figure out what the hell went wrong. I still feel like that first push, he should have just, if he just sieged his tanks behind the rocks, he would have been so much better off, but yeah. I think Clem also had a lot of moments where he was just winning fights, but he was afraid of just an extra storm or two being available, the warp in his zealots, and maybe he could have just kept going. Nightmare actually really did a good job of continuing to threaten to just take more base, and I think that had Clem a little bit on the run also. It's kind of a wild time altogether, to be honest. And get ready for more action here in just a second. Game 3 of Clem and Nightmare. Rogue waiting in the finals for whoever comes through on this series. I don't want to see Clem Rogue, to be honest. But, Nightmare has really leveled up lately. It's cool to see Nightmare being so good out of not really nowhere, but kind of wild. Alright, let's hop in. So, game number 3. Got to go the distance here in the bottom left, Nightmare, in the top right, Clem. And one final game to decide who plays a rogue in today's finals of the Kung Fu Cup. As we load this PVT in, and get this ready to roll STV. And drop down a depot at the front to start us off. Oh, racks going down, gas coming up. Get settled in for a moment. Well, second racks from Clem's definitely looking to kind of go for a bit of a different approach to what we've been seeing otherwise. So, second rack's in the corner, and SCV is actually going to stop this pro from coming to see it, so pretty big dealio. And Sending drops onto the natural. Couple of Reapers coming up. And yeah, Clem is going to have a little bit more pressure than Nightmare might be expecting, so that could be a way for him to take a advantage early. Pro coming over, Nexus coming through. Adept shading away. Again, extra Reapers are going to continue to be here. 3 Reapers are going to be a surprise to our Adept, and our Adept will try and fight, but this will almost always just be a dead Adept. 2 Reapers low, but should be able to regenerate before any other kind of a fight breaks out at all on this one, so won't be too much of an issue. Stalker just going and boosting out on the gateway, and the Warp Gate coming up. Extra Reapers coming over, and it's going to try and seeing the probes being pulled into this, as this is obviously problematic. A lot of workers going down. Stalkers not really in the best of positions to start out with. Just hop up, and already I'd say Clem is definitely getting some success off of this. Nightmare's trying to blink, obviously one of the first times he's going to actually have a pretty quick setup, because in the previous games he's been kind of a little slow to kind of get to his tech, because he's been kind of being aggressive himself. This time Clem with the aggression gets 4 more probes. He's going to be even happier about this than he's already been. We've seen the Stalkers trying to delay the bunker coming up. Block guys going through, a couple of probes and assimilator is all coming about. Prism's ready to start putting some pressure in towards the main. There's the Temple Hawkeyes coming up once again. Still about to be done. Just going to be seeing how Stalker's going to blink in. Going to go after a few of these SCVs. Tank already firing against these Stalkers. I come across 6 workers going down. Right from the get-go. Good damage being found. Stalker's obviously going about with the Prism a little bit and trying to make do with everything that we can. Let's see how Stalker's continuing to fight a little bit. Bio coming back over. I will continue to trade, and obviously Clem on the other side. If we can get those tanks in a good position, there's a lot that can be said about that. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential here at the moment. Ourselves a Bioforce is going to jump onto that gateway, and obviously starting to pick away at production is a big deal. Nightmare needs to figure out a way to deal with this. Bio joins up, tank's getting established. You see now, tank's actually going to get jumped on now as Nightmare is looking to push this back, and he is going to get the tanks at least. Storm on the way for him as we follow through. Actually now going to come across the map, and is Clem in some trouble here, or is he just about going to be okay? Great question. I think he's going to be kind of alright, honestly. Prism doesn't seem like it's going to be able to do too much. Gonna see Bio actually gonna chase that Prism. Obviously now they got an Immortal there. Nightmare's so resilient, man. It feels as though there's so many moments where Nightmare should be in a lot of trouble and he just isn't. He just sort of survives through. It's like, oh, that's actually okay for me. Kind of crazy. Bio will fly the few zealots going through. Again, Clem getting quite a bit of damage done. I'd say actually, you know, from the last two games, Clem continues to get himself some good damage done and put himself in some good positions, but then struggles to kind of follow up. Stalker's blinking, going after the medevac. Zealot still being chased around. Marauder medevac still on the way up in production. Clem is going to have a couple of mines burrowing. Bio units getting to the center. Keeping a little bit more set up, couple more storms coming through. Viking gonna go down. Army still chasing. The Zealots will continue forward. Looking to hunt a little bit. Stalker's blinking in as well, chasing down that Bioforce, looking to do as much as we can. Clem is being chased away. Stalker's still blinking. Marine Marauder being hunted down. Wooden Mines burrowing up. Thinking them Stalker's back. Immortal is going to go down also. Clem absolutely annihilating this army, and Nightmare not with much to play for here. I think it's worth the stim to chase the Archon down. Here come the Zealots, but we'll get the Archon at least. Clem can just lift up, save his units from the Zealots completely. And Clem comes out of this. Workers ahead, which is obviously great for a Terran player, and also up in army supply, +1 in for his favor. Nightmare kind of needs to go with the High Templars and make something happen. I mean, I guess we'll see. Extra High Templars warping in, a couple more Zealots coming about. Nexus building, Ghost Academy producing. Another Storm comes out, and the Widow Mine's going to take some damage as well. Bam, 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 bam. So we've seen another feedback. More damage being done. Mines going to start going off on some of those Zealots. Some more damage being dealt. More damage coming through. Continues across, Viking moving over. Continue to get in position here. I see a little storm on the ramp as we get going. You can see now, Zealot's still charging forwards, Medivac's overhead. Wouldn't mind shot's going to go off onto a couple of Zealots. Medivac actually going to get shot down as well. Clem is dropping into the natural expansion though, and is going to put some more damage into play. The feedback coming through onto the Medivacs, but it's not really going to be enough to clean up. Clem again, the one dealing all the damage here. Obviously maintaining an upgrade lead as well makes it difficult for the gateway units to really be contesting in these fights. 1-1, soon to be 2-2, even as his opponent gets +1, he'll increase that advantage again. And just see the Bio continue to fight, couple Stalkers going down. That is a group of High Templar regathering at the front. The feedback comes down, Ghost getting shot out, actually gonna get a snipe in return, so putting that snipe down. The Storm, wouldn't mind still taking some damage. Stalkers coming back over. This Clem comes about, a little feedback comes down, a little snipe in return. We go back and forth here. The Zealots try and charge in. They're going to come through. The Bio will continue to trade as the Zealots continue to come forwards as well. More probes going down over in the natural. So again, Nightmare is just falling further and further behind. This time, I really feel like Clem is on enough of a lead that it's going to be very tough for anything to go wrong. To the extent that it went wrong in the last game, you end up losing the game. This really feels as though Clem has this game 3 under control. Bio will fight 2-2 to 1-0 is obviously a massive upgrade as well for this Bio Force. Storm's the one thing that can probably still save you, but even though it's not pretty, especially if Wouldn't Mind start going off in the center with those Zealots. Shots still coming through, Archon goes down, Zealot Stalker still taking more hits, Bio continue to fight forwards. We're going to be seeing the High Templar going down, the Stalker still getting knocked at. Battery, pylon, probes, Nexus, everything will be dropping as Clem takes down Game 3 and moves into today's grand final. So yeah, Clem getting it done. We're just going to be seeing this next on the bottom side, being jumped on, a few more probes going down. Really just waiting for Nightmare to give this one up. Had a great comeback game too, but not this time, I would say. Not quite this time. Oh. Should just be enough. Again, as reinforcements stream through, there it is, the GG. And we have ourselves a game wrapped up. Clem 2, Nightmare 1. Clem goes to the finals to play against Rogue. That'll be coming up in just a few. So some TVZ action in our finals today. I really felt like we could have got that 20 minutes ago. Don't know if we really needed Game 3, but Clem definitely messed up to give us a chance to get that. So just waiting for our finals party to be made. Get this underway and get set up into Clem versus Rogue. See what's going to happen. I think we'll take a quick break here, guys, before our finals. I'll see you in just a few for more Starcraft. Alright guys, waiting for Clem to make a third map pick of the series, and then we're pretty much good to go into more action day. Just waiting for Clem to pick the next map. Apparently we're not going to host the first game until the map is picked. Clem's AFK. We're just waiting, guys. We are just waiting. Couple moments, get this set up. Clem didn't realize what the situation was. Then we'll pick the next map. So Site Delta Amphion. Third map will be Oceanborn. And then Rogue to pick. Map 4 and map 5 will be left over. So Crimson Court to choose from, for example. Alcyone, and that should leave Crimson Court for map 5. Perfect. Alright, we should be good to go in a second then. Get this underway. Fifth map Crimson, just waiting for our admin to host us and we can kickstart this finals thing, guys. Waiting for everyone to join in. Someone is AFK. The woes of trying to have these big parties. Alright, GLHF is being called. Lobby links are down, waiting for everyone to jump in. Hope we can go in a moment or two. We'll start it up. IPX with the 33-month resub by the way. Thank you so much, mate. Nice cast and craft. Oh god, I enjoyed it, mate. Let's get into our finals. Rogue versus Clem. Best of 5 starts here on Site Delta. To get this up and running. In just a moment. On the top left-hand side, our red Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem. Taking on the blue Zerg. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have ourselves Rogue. Grand final best of 5 in today's Kung Fu Cup. See what we get for ourselves in some TVZ as Clem, Low Grand Depot, going to be multiple Rax Reaper to start us off, it would seem. So we're going to go for that point and see what will take place. D-Rack's gonna come down. I'm gonna get that set up and ready to go. Gonna see a hatchery dropping onto the natural as well. Get that underway and get this started up. Keep it coming through. Rack's going through. Overload continues to come out as well. So just getting ourselves up and rolling here for a little bit. Obviously the double Racks Reaper. Oh, wait for Clem to put some pressure on early. Start to kind of take control into his own hands by creating a micro-focused opener. An opener where you've got to be quick, you've got to be on point, you've got to be on the move all the time. We're getting that on the go to start us off, it seems. As the overlord comes across. Just gonna go after a droney. It continues to come moving through. It's going to be seeing all these Reapers together. So far, Rogue is going to be able to deflect this without too many issues. And Reaper's going to try and move up this ramp, and the Queen's going to be there. Do you fight against said Reapers? It's going to be seeing the Reapers able to start trading. The first Queen already taking some shots. The Lings are going to come on forwards. Couple CCs coming by. Factory in production. And Reapers continue to pull back just a little bit as our Link speed continues through. The Stim Pack coming online. Again, that Stim coming through the Link speed as well. Just bringing a bit of everything through for the early stages. Now Reaper's going to hop in. A little grenade goes down. Queen's going to take some shots. Ling's actually with their speed now. These Reapers have stuck around a little bit too long, and they will be on the bad end of things there, unfortunately. So that will be the end of those for the moment. Stim still coming up. Our Queen on the way. Hatchery, a couple more drones coming about as well. And still got Stim and a few Marines being added through. Medevac's popping out, and Clem on his way to just kind of be very aggressive again. Definitely taking control of the map a little bit. Nice and early. With the 2-on-1 setup, obviously gives you a lot of control, a lot of dropping potential. Just ways to deal damage, and if Rogue doesn't set up correctly, he can be in a lot of trouble himself. Rogue built a lot of drones. He's going into the roach roam, but he needs to be able to build a bunch of roaches ahead of this 2-on-1, so might be a little bit concerning. Definitely a little bit of cause for concern. We'll see just how much very soon. We're just going to find an Overlord to start out with. Not a bad start actually getting an Overlord, but Rogue has got plenty, so you will not end up supply blocked or anything of the sorts. So no issues on that one. Medevac's going to load up, just going to drop in toward the main base here, and, well, obviously Roach is going to be slow moving, so it'll be interesting to see what they try and get done. We're just going to be able to continue fighting, but we're going to lose the Queens, which means that Rogue gets a pretty decent defense out of this. The Queen's still fighting away there. The Lings continue to get onto Marines. Medevac will go down, so with the Medevac falling, I think that's going to be the end of that one. And obviously, Clem is getting completely cleaned up. Was this worthwhile? Not really. I mean, losing your map control and so on definitely sucks a little bit for you, right? So, I would not say this was really all that great at all. In fact, pretty rough start. As Rogue gets the defense, infestation bit, drones, roach speed, carapace upgrade, all of that continues out now. As I think Roach going to go towards the set of rocks, open up the map on the left-hand side. You see Roach Rider still going to knock down a set of rocks, just going to try and open up a little bit of space here. And you have setup getting underway. Medevacs Marines obviously looking to play defense. The defense looks good. 2 tanks, a little bit of setup in front. Hive on the way though, so we're not playing a completely kind of all-in game or anything. We're actually going melee upgrades and bailing speed too, so we are absolutely progressing towards a situation here where we want to just go, well, yeah, macro it up, but kind of like where Clem is at for now. Let's see what Rogue does with this position and this opportunity. Medevac will be out through to the center. Medevacs obviously would love to, at this point, just keep getting rid of some of that creep spread. The more of that creep we can get rid of, the better off we're going to be able to be. Rogue is maxed out. Clem going to be up against Ultras at some point soon as well. Just waiting for that to be decided and figured out also. So that's also on its way in as a couple corrosive bars come down. Medevacs will be blocked off. Unable to go through the bottom side there at all. We just continue to sit and fight. Tank ready to go, for whatever extra we can find. It's a big round of Marines unloading in the bottom left off those Medevacs. They're looking to try and see what they can do in the next few moments. It's coming up, Lane Bane, Roach Rider coming through. Medevac's going to load into those, load up those Marines, but Parasite Bomb's putting damage out already. Bomb's going to take a lot of hits on these Medevacs, and it's going to be tough trying to unload these units because they're going to be all the way on the wrong side of the map. And yeah, I mean, Rogue could have maybe just gone for it, and you know, with this amount of supply out of position, Rogue could just launch a fight. Clem would have to drop these units in a few at a time, but he is now going to get to unload. Very lucky as well that Medevacs with full HP going in, because the Parasite Bombs just don't kill those Medevacs. Obviously could have been very bad as well. As Rogue is still going to send this force here. Corrosive Vials trying to block this CC from coming up. Clem has 4 CCs on the way, a few ghosts coming up as well. I think Clem feels very comfortable the later we get in this game. And as Rogue, though, I feel like he's been feeling it today. I feel like he's been playing pretty good in the earlier matches as well, and coming forwards there, trying to push forwards and break down. He actually busts the base on the right side at the same time, so Clem going to have to put some of those additional command centers back into use, get those moving into positions, get those setting up here as we're 10.5 minutes deep on site Delta so far. Roach Rider continues to move through. You see now Fire Force still coming through. The Ghosts Gonna be there. 8 SCVs go down, and again, Rogue just kind of poking in, getting a little bit, and then backing away. Very happy to just sell for that so far. Ultras go around the right side. Lingbane, Roach, Ravager out left center. 3-3 coming up. Liberator Marauders coming through. Lingbane Ravager continues to move forwards here. Viper's going to get a Parasitic Bomb down. Medivacs will take some shots, but continue to push on through here. The Danes are going to go rolling towards those Marines, and Clem just can't seem to keep up with the waves of Zerg aggression. He loses a lot. And obviously doesn't have a big bank already like preemptively made or anything. Ultras on the right side at the same time. Gonna check if Rogue got adrenal glands. He did not, no. He is adrenal glandless, so definitely a factor. Something which he probably should have gotten by now. Just running over, just going to be seeing a couple of these tanks getting caught. A Ghost going to be grabbed as well. Just going to be seeing our links continue to come over. Another tank gets picked off. 3-3 upgrade still building up from Clem here, so if you can get to those, and that's a bonus. Rogue hasn't done anything off the hive really outside of the Ultras. You know, no adrenal, no 3-3. These are things he should absolutely be getting unless he really believes he can just end the game like pretty much now. We'll just chase on through. Lingbane Ultra. Another wave. Maybe this is the right idea from Rogue. Just don't stop. Don't give Clem any time to recover or anything of the sorts. As these ultras continue to dive through, and Rogue is going to get on top of some ghosts. Yeah, any ghost to get rid of is almost always a good kill. Clem's just going to say GG's. He's not even going to try and keep on holding on. He knows that Rogue's just got a bit too much momentum against him. And Rogue opens the match with a 1-0 lead. Yeah, no adrenal glands, guys. Yeah, he did not get adrenal glands. Just straight up kills Clem. Easy peasy. Just like that. And for our next game in a couple of moments. Waiting for someone to accept the party invite again. One of the casters taking a moment too long to accept, and means we're all held up. We're all held up. No Glands, no 3-3. I think Glands is a mistake. I can understand 3-3, quite expensive, and he wanted to just go with the momentum. Whoever was AFK has decided to click the accept button. Nice guy caster holding up for everyone else. Clem just needs a moment apparently. Just waiting for Clem. He's just taking a moment, as I said. Just waiting, guys, for Clem to get ready for game number 2. Alright, Clem's ready. So we should be able to go, guys. Head into game number 2 of this. I'm thinking to be our map. Clem's map pick, so see if I can bring him back. Kick this off. All right, let's do it. As we're going to head into the top left side of the map with our blue Terran, who is down 1 game in this best of 5 finals. This is Clem. Bottom left, our red Zerg is Rogue. So, game number 2. Get this up and running and see what we're going to get. Good job with home story co-op, but casted and played really well. Thank you. What did I play really well? Certainly not any Starcraft. Well, overload coming up to the top. I see we're just gonna patrol around. Well, a couple of moments here, a couple of lings, a couple of queens all on the way up. We're gonna fight. See the river fighting, Ling's taking some shots. It's gonna be the unable to come back out. We actually lose the Reaper, which is kind of surprising for Clem. He's gonna build his factory now to the near location here as well. Ling's going to head up in towards the natural. Reactor finishes on the barracks. Factory going to be finishing up too. USCVs and a Marine moving back up to the high ground. CC, number 3 on the way, but no Reaper at the moment, so just the Marine to try and hold off against those Lings. Let me just get on the map. Fast left from Rogue, so maybe some aggression plan for this game number 2. Try and take a 2-0 lead in the series. Did take a 1-0 lead against Clem in Dallas. That was actually with a more aggressive game than what we just saw. That coming up. Overlord's coming through. And we just have ourselves that lair finishing shortly. We'll see what Rogue does. He does take the third hatchery now as well. Spire's coming online. We're going to be seeing the Baneling nest coming up. Again, Stim, Starport, all of that coming through for the moment. Starport lands onto the reactor, going to get that in position. Things going to get there. Hellion will go down. A couple of additional engineering base coming up from Clem as he gets his upgrades ready to go. So yeah, that fast fire from Rogue, we'll see how much that can do. Back coming up, 8 meters on the way. And the meter's still coming up. Our Marine's going to unload from the medevacs. We are going to go pressing forward. So Clem in with a little bit of a push here. What a timing. Just as the meters are about to pop, Rogue doesn't really have much else. A few lings. They're going to have to combine with the meters to try and fight this. Going to target down a Mutalist, maybe 2. That's obviously not good for Rogue at all when Clem's getting Mutal kills. They're basically just completely nullifying the initial investment of Rogue. Is we got, what, 3, 4? Only 3, and actually we did lose every single Marine now. Marine's gonna fight, a couple more lings getting chased away, a couple SUVs coming about. Mutalists gonna get pushed away, missile turret is there to hit those Mutalists as well. 3 SCVs going down so far. Honestly, not bad for Clem, right? You invest into those meters, you want to get a whole lot more done, usually. Let's get turned around. A few Marines are going to be there. He's coming over. Muta's still going to be around. 1-1 upgrades. +1 flyer attacks coming up. Have ourselves the extractor. Crypt tumors coming through. The extra barracks on the way. Marines in a tank and medevacs coming out as well. Brutalist is going to go straight in towards the reactor here and actually going to deny the medevac production for a little bit. So, tell you what, Rogue is getting pretty good control of the map, and there's one thing he had in the last game as well. Good control of the map. Give him a good setup. SCV's going down there. The missile turret actually lives through it. Oh, but the SCVs get bane busted on the third base. Huge damage done. Clem is in trouble, man. Rogue is absolutely kind of walking all over him at the moment. We've seen him, he's just still looking to come forwards. Marines, bam. Medevac's gonna get tased away. Bane's wanting to come down the low ground. As Bane's actually going to greet a lot of those Marines. Marines will turn around onto the tanks. Do we have enough Banes? Not just yet. We're going to need another round of Banes made here to really fight against those Marines. Mutas, Lings, the Banes out on the bottom side. Marines going to come through, go after those Overlords. Marines just going to fight in already. Ling Muta just going to dive. The Banes are not ready. Clem is maybe just going to win this on one big push that we've not been able to stop. Green Medevac still pushing through tank as well, also trying to get in position. Bane's still going to try and come through. Rogue is still just about to have him supply. If he can just hold on, but I'm not sure if holding on's really in his in the realm of possibility, although the Marines are very low and the Medevacs will die. We will get this siege tank as well, and there's a will, there's a way maybe. Clem is going to get pushed back. Rogue is going to get himself a chance. Crazy. I'm just going to keep on chasing as well. I don't know if this is too far for the Mutas though. I understand you want to get rid of the Marines. The Mutas can just go uncontested. Siege tank going to get jumped on by Lings. Kind of feels like you want those Lings to get onto the Marines, but obviously got to get rid of the tank first. I'm trying to do that as I feel like the Mutalist count is getting an absolute beating given to it. There's only a handful of Mutalists remaining now. Medevac Marines +3 attack on continuing through. As the Mutas are going to try and jump again. Marines are going to go. Mutas going to go after the Marines for a little bit. They get low HP. +3 attack still coming through. Just going to dive back onto the reactor. And nice to slow down a little bit of production. This game is very much so up in the air. Clem is on his way to +3 attack upgrade. Upgrade lead is a pretty big factor. As our raids come through and chase the Mutas away once again in just a moment or so. Pushing things back right now. Just chilling. Marines tanks continue to come around. I'm on the push again. The upgrade advantage is definitely a huge deal. It's still moving around. Marines in the bottom right. 2-2 upgrade is going to be finishing soon. Obviously, Rogue is looking to pick off reinforcements and anything he can with these Mutas rather than taking the direct fight. To continue to come through. Three is still coming about. Just gonna have ourselves. The Mutas just sitting tight. Playing counter attack. Rogue's been very good at countering and run bys. Just gonna dive through once again. Let's come through once more. A few of those Marines still getting picked away at. And Rogue is going to be max, but obviously I do not think he's necessarily in a good position to kind of win big fights. Let's see. As he comes through, the Banes are going to be off creep now, and the tank target fire is beautiful on the Banelings. Do we have enough from Rogue? I kind of felt like he was just going to keep sending it there. You see now Marines, our tanks continue to come about. Medivacs coming through too. Let's come back up the right. We've seen our mutas continue to jump onto the missile turret here, but that's going to be repaired fully. As Clem seemingly able to keep control of this game, not letting this slip at all just yet. He's still pushing away. Our Marine's still coming forward. Couple Widow Mines burrowing up. Ling Bang gonna spread out across the bottom left. I'm just gonna try it once more. Here goes Rogue. These fights into the center have not been the best for him. And Clem. Okay, I mean, he basically just wipes out some splash damage and then falls back. Rogue does have 78 workers to the 53, so he has more economy available to him. But again, down on upgrades. Every one of these fights is inefficient for Rogue. He's 6,000 resources lost worse off so far in the game. It was getting settled. Noodle is still trying to come on in there. Ultra Cavern, extra Lings. Overlord on the play, plus 3 Carapace on the way as well. Our Ling Muta going to go diving forward once more. Just going to dive in again. Our Banes are going to come through. Our Lings as well. Just going to go jumping on towards the siege tank, and we'll get rid of that. Bane's still morphing here. 3-3. Finished up from Clem, of course. Like I say, those upgrades are so good for him as he's up about 20-30 army supply at any point in time. Widow Mines are going to be doing huge things. I love the Thor pickup as well. Saves that, gets one more shot into the Mutalisk as well. They all go orange. Now Clem is going to bring the Marines back here. Banes actually will get a chance to connect right-hand side. Rogue loses a base, but he has others to work with. Mutalisk count still somehow up and operational here. How? I have no idea. I feel like the Mutas have been taking so much damage throughout, but I'm not sure the drone should still be long distance in mining this position. That seems kind of dangerous. 17 minutes here on Amphion. A banger of a game 2 as Rogue. I actually felt like at certain points Rogue was almost doing enough to absolutely, win this. And obviously would have been on a 2-0 lead. That would have been really sick. Continue about, creep spread all over the place. Our army still settled in the center. Kindness plane still on the way. More ultras coming about, plus 3 armor on the way through. Things that will help a lot for Rogue. He's gonna get there. He's gonna sit overhead. It's going to roll forwards. Ultra Bane is going to come around. Just going to go jump onto the planetary. That goes down as well. You still see the mutas trying to chase across. Medivacs in perhaps a little bit of trouble. And actually, that's going to be a good cleanup from Rogue. So he's going to get rid of these Medivacs. It's a big deal. This position's a bit awkward. You can't attack through there on the ground. So it'd have to take a little bit of a different angle perhaps. Does actually put you into a playable position here again after it being a little bit rougher early on. Just have our hatchery going up into the center, our burrow coming through, a couple ultras coming about, more Lings on the way. Genuinely a crazy game from Rogue if he wins this, because I feel like I say, he had his moments, but I feel like things have turned way towards Clem's favor recently. I don't know if these ultras should ever be taking this fight. Not sure what Rogue was thinking there. 3 ultras just gifted, and we're at a part of the game where it's close enough that I think that is a mistake in a massive way. I'm gonna get that. A couple of Lings get turned around. Yes, Nova still hanging about. Ling Bane Ultra gonna run forward. Those couple of Widow Mines do get taken down. This is a fight I like a lot more, especially if the Lings can lead the Widow Mine shots forwards. And Ultra eats one of them, actually splashes onto a lot of Lings. Rogue. Again, I do not think that this is quite the fight, unfortunately. His Ultras are gonna go down, and Clem is just able to keep running out. Not really any Medivacs left. So this Bioforce, though, is heavily hurt. As we'll come back over, get rid of a lot of those Marines. Bioforce continues to move outwards. Ultra will make a way through. As all the things going to split off over to the sides. I mean, this is Clem sitting, what, 13 workers behind. Up a little bit of army supply. Rogue still very much so making a fight out of this. Widow Mine's going to go off here as we're going to get access to this base. I mean, Clem as well, to be fair, if he can't get new bases up and maintain mining on those bases, that's an issue as well. It's a lot of Marines on the left side that are doing very well. The Ultras can't quite get any extra shots off, man. These Lings need to try and get away. Rogue needs to preserve any units that he can, especially the Ultras just keep dying. Oh my god, there's triple Widow Mine there, but Rogue sees it before he gets in trouble. I'm actually going to get a drop towards the main base. That might be tough for Rogue to deal with. Let's actually see. He's not going to catch it on the way over. The Mutas aren't going to be there in time to start picking off units early. Medivac's lift up. That's obviously scary though, because then the Mutas get a chance to get some kills in. We do not get anything yet. Gonna stop and just fight the units as they spawn out. Is that worth it? The Marines low? I guess so. You don't lose too many of the Mutas, so Rogue and a bit of a win here. Clem's pushing the right-hand side, by the way. At the same time, there's a little bit of a run by up to the top as Clem taking some SCV damage. Just chaos everywhere. Widow Mine goes off on Brood Lanes. Rogue loses that base. Trying to take his own location out on the other side of the mineral wall off on his side of the map. Being Muta. Just going to try and press forward. Rogue is actually in closer army supply than he's been in a long time, to be fair. One shot goes off. Muta takes a shot. It's been a very difficult game because it's been so tight. There's not been a lot of room to tack up like you might traditionally do. To set up more workers might have been like an obvious choice. Like, it's just been a very tense game. There's not been a lot of bases available at any point in time. Oh, we actually see those Widow Mines trailing in for 9 drones. That's massive. Anything Clem can do to kind of knock down some of this economy. I don't even know if this is like a sloppy game as much as it's just both players are in a difficult place because the game got very hectic, and it's very difficult to make that decision during the time, during the game to tech up, because if you tech up, there's been a lot of close fights. What if that tech up is what costs you the game because you're not actually then able to hold the next fight while teching up? Let's have ourselves the Bioforce going to come through. Going to go jumping onto some of those Lings. Bio on the right-hand side as well. 25 minutes here on Amphion. As Ling and Bane and Muta continues to move around, more Lings going to show up on the right side. Bio going to load up into those Medivacs, evacuate away. He's actually going to come and intercept, and the Medivacs will take some damage immediately. The Widow Mine's going to go off, and they actually hit the same group of Lings, so that's good. Just resetting those. Clem, 153 army supply, just a massive army for this phase of the game. And Rogue doesn't exactly have a bank to kind of like take a fight and then go again with reinforcements. That's the problem. And the Widow Mine setup is kind of crazy as we do split away from that single mine here. Ling's just looking for some counter damage away to stay in this game on the other side. Ling's actually fighting Marauders over here as well. Now we're going to go with everything. The Widow Mines, though, are going to be huge star Rogue. He's been pretty okay at splitting against the mines, but he actually does a very good job after the first few. The first few really connected, though, and Clem, overall, army supply is still just up by 40. There's the rest of it coming across now, as it looks as though this will be one of our final fights, unless, well, unless Rogue pulls off some magic, but I just don't see it. Fire just keeps pushing forwards and is going to find this fresher hatchery on the left-hand side. Rogue counterattacks. Shouldn't take too much to really deal with that. It's not like Rogue has a lot left at this point. As we do have our Lings surrounding Marauder. The Ling Muta continues to move across. I'm just going to turn back onto these few Marines. Thor still firing. Mutila's taking damage. Oh, I mean, again, just every unit that goes down from Rogue just feels almost irreplaceable. That said, Rogue is somehow only 20 army supply behind. I mean, the money for Clem is pretty weak. He's trying to mule up. He's actually going to get mules top right, I imagine. Yeah, so up here or something. Just anywhere to get money from, because any unit's going to count for a lot at the moment. Widow Mine's going off. A handful of Lings being made from Rogue. You just can't get enough tech value going, I don't think. That's the problem. Like, you can't get enough units that are going to be good enough, all said and done. Mutas gathering a few Banelings and morphing in. Extra Medivacs coming out from Clem, who at this point really just has, I think, production enough to end it, but it's still close enough. I guess maybe some good Baneling shots, but I mean, it just feels like that's very unlikely to happen. It's going to get a wrap around a bunch of SCVs dropping. Actually, a nice run by an SCV is pretty serious at this point in the game. It's just a question of, can you ever fight? I actually think that was a moment you could fight that army, and maybe realized it just a moment too late. We're going to find a few SCVs over here as well. Just leaks a few Lings over to go and deal with that. It's a very awkward game because the speed of Rogue's army almost always gives them some kind of an option. Things will run up the right side. Banes as well. Mutila's also making a move. Actually going to have the Widow Mines here. Going to friendly fire a little bit. That gives you a bit more of an opportunity. Banes need to keep going. They can't stop to hit the Widow Mines. As Rogue is just trying to make something of this. The Banes do get a crash in, but mostly on Ghosts. Forcing a lift up into the Medivacs. The Mutilas need to decide what they want to do. Probably go after the Liberators, right? A bunch more SCVs here will go down. In fact, a lot more SCVs will go down. Clem's only on 9 workers. 0 minerals in the bank for Clem. 20 army supply lead. Can Rogue buy enough time for this to actually come into play? I mean, Clem has bases. He just needs to get SCVs on one of them. Drop some mules. Totally ridiculous game number 2. Does find the fresh mules there, chase them away, so trying to minimize the mining that Clems gets out of this. We actually build some more Mutalisks. Rogue spending 400 gas on those mutas as he gets a base up on the right side. Some gold minerals on that base as well. We barely ever see that base taken on Amphion, so the fact that that base is now taken is huge. Widow Mine splashes the mules. My goodness, Clem and Rogue are going to be matching army supply here. 30 minutes in the game, 82 army supply each. What is happening? Well, Ling's going to run in right now. Widow Mine's getting a little bit done. The Mutila's actually going to have to be careful of those Liberators, which is a problem. Widow Mine's still going off. A new one showed up. Rogue definitely loses more than Clem does. Bane moving around. Marine's coming over. Wouldn't mind's moving over. Here's the Lings coming back over. Orbital gonna land in the top right. Couple libs, couple Marines all coming up. Marines and Mutas still on the way through. And do have ourselves the army moving around. Clem trying to push on the bottom right. Rogue is coming across on that right side with a bunch of units. That medevac has to back away. Rogue still controlling this with the Mutalisks as well. Things, Mutas, Banes gathering up. Just going to be seen with the extra libs and ghosts on the way. The tech coming online again from Clem, but his army supply is going to be lacking, and I wonder if Rogue can just outmass him. Obviously, again, setting Clem down as such a low economy was a big part of this from Rogue, and him getting the right side 3 o'clock base up is a pretty big deal too. A couple of SCVs still moving over. 32 minutes in, the income is actually even right now because Clem has some mules somewhere, I imagine. So Rogue is up a few dronies. And there's the mules there. Such a defensive position though. The thing is, if Clem sits on this, what stops Rogue from just taking another base himself? I guess the drops of Clem would. $103 to $116 army supply. Mutas just finding little bits and pieces, still utilizing these mutas from the early stages of the game. Solo Genti, thank you so much for the 35-month resub on the Prime. I mean, the game just slows down. You stop fighting for a lot. See Abaya coming over. What am I going to shoot? A couple Lings going down still. Sunstar still coming up. The Ghost coming in. Marine Marauder coming out. Extra mutas in production. He's actually gonna get rid of a couple more Widow Mines. The Bio's still chasing across. Muta's being hunted. We got a couple creep tumors as we go. Rogue, if he maxes out and takes a fight, it would still again be with the worst composition. It's just a question of would maxing out give him enough to then be, super able to come in and do something with this. Widow Mine shots all over the place. These Lings, oh my god, the Widow Mines are so good. The Widow Mines actually get a lot done. That was a bit of a messy one from Rogue. Clem wants to take this left side base. That's a base that Rogue does not have. Obviously, Rogue had this base that Clem did not have, right? So this is kind of the mirrored base to that. And so Rogue is kind of desperate to deny because he doesn't really want Clem to get access to that kind of level of mining. The Ling's coming up from the top. There's not any Widow Mines there, so it looks as though we are going to be able to swarm these Marines. This is a big moment for Rogue as he is going to have the Mutalisks able to chase down as well. The Ghosts were off and away. Do you know the things? As the Lings are going to go chasing. Do we have an Overseer? Yes, we do. We have a couple of them. One's still alive, so we still have vision, and that's going to be good enough for Rogue to take the second game. That is going to be a 2-0 victory. Just like that for Rogue. Not victory, but lead for Rogue. What a game on Amphion. 2-0 Rogue lead in this best of 5 finals. And that is a rough one to pull yourself back from as Clem. Because that was a really crazy little situation. Hey, Ellie. You're a bit bored, aren't you? You keep coming to see us. I've got your elephant, though. Want your elephant? No, you just want me to attack you. Okay. Ready? 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 Go. Alright, ready to yell at Jeff, getting cold. We got ourselves ready for game 3 of this series. Guys, I'm sorry we had ads during the game. But, I literally couldn't stop them. I already snoozed them as much as I could. 35-minute game. There's just gonna be ads. I can't help that. Alright. Get this going. In the top left is going to be our red Terran player, down 0-2. Team Liquid's Clem. Bottom right, our blue Zerg, it is a rogue. Game 3. Clem comeback or Rogue to take it down in the Kung Fu Cup today? Finding out now. 2-0 lead after an incredible game on Amphion. Pull coming up, hatch getting going. And this up and running. Game number 3 and get this underway. Our ob's gonna look at the sponsors that we don't see. Having ourselves a Reaper coming across. Let's see what Clem can do early. Try and take some control of this. Man, I honestly say, it's been a great day for Rogue. He's looked really good. We have Firelings taking shots. Just gonna see a few lings coming over. We'd be getting moved around. Grenade goes down. Queen goes flying. Reaper gets bopped. As our Reaper continues to move around a little bit. Going back to the front. Queens aren't going to be there. Reaper gets turned around immediately. Not much that can come from that one. There's a couple of cyclones still coming up. Roach-Ron on the way in. Extra drones are being built as well. Yeah, for this game 3. A couple of cyclones put some pressure on early. Clem definitely switching up for this game. Definitely a way to go for something a little different. You have a cyclone still trying to fight. Queen's getting jumped on. That's where you want to try and get some damage done. Ling Roach being made from Rogue. I mean, definitely not a bad combination to have on the follow-up here. I wonder if there's a possibility that Ling Roach gets across the map and gets aggressive eventually. Obviously, still no Ling speed. Can we get ourselves a Cyclone? We're so close. We're going to chase it. We get it. Queen's actually going to put some good damage out now, and Cyclone's starting to be a little bit more hurt. How long do you want to stick around for? The Roach is here. More Lings being made. Again, like I say, does Rogue go across the map? We lose a Queen. Nice catch. Never surprised when Rogue dominates top players. I mean, I don't think anyone should be, but Rogue did not look this good. The last time we saw him in Dallas, for example, he's looked genuinely just very good today, as he is going to lose an Overlord here. New one popping soon, Ravager's morphing. He's going to send this attack, guys. Stimback is not ready for a few more seconds. If he goes like now, it'd be amazing. Especially before those Cyclones get fully repaired. I think you just set you to the Lings and you just go for the wraparound here. You try and fight this, especially before the Marines can stim. Stim's now available. As you stim, you're going to be taking damage. Clem loses pretty much all the units over towards his third base. Now Rogue can turn the attention towards the natural, which there is zero defense on. There's no bunkers or anything. Clem has 20 army supply to 52, and Rogue is hunting for victory as Corrosive Files will break this depot down. There's no doubt about that. The door is opened. Depots will keep dropping. Clem's about to be supply blocked, actually. One single siege tank on the way, upgrades on the way too, but they may be denied on the low ground if Clem can't hold the low ground. Lings are getting ready to flood through. The bunkers will not get a chance to finish here. Corrosive Files towards the Marines, force them back. The SCVs try to pull into this. 11 workers going down. Rogue says, yeah, I'll take the upgrades. That's one way for me to extend my advantage in this game as long as possible. Already killed 14 workers, more to be found. Got to be careful with that siege tank as Clem. Good news is that there's no high ground vision, right? So there's not an easy way to kind of see that tank as Rogue to Corrosive File it down, but the Marines get caught. It's around. I think we need to lift up there, Clem, but he misses the lift up. Rogue is just going to dive the ramp. He's going to get the tank. And I think Rogue has just done it. 3-0 just like that. GG's. Rogue is victorious. Wow, what a legend. Did not expect Rogue to 3-0 today. Put it that way. Did not expect Rogue to go 3-0. That's crazy, man. Looked good. Dude looked legitimately good. Ravager should be lead tech. That would remove the whole point of what Ravagers were originally brought into the game to do. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to head off because I got stuff to do this evening, but I appreciate you all dropping by and hanging out for some StarCraft. I'll be live with StarCraft again tomorrow, as we're going to be having the OSC mid-season playoffs. Going to be doing a few matches of that tomorrow, so look forward to that. And, yeah, I'll be back with that tomorrow for you guys. So, thank you very much for dropping by, and I will see you guys next time. So yeah, OSC tomorrow. I'll probably do some battle aces beforehand or so, similar to today, something like that. So, yeah. Alright, guys. I'll see you all next time. Bye. Do I have the match list for OSC? Nope. I've got no idea. Is this actually live? Yes, this was actually live.